Hello, hello. What is up, friends? Welcome. We are back here for the spring season in NECC. My name is Jeff, here with my good friend, the indomitable, the very handsome, the one and only Chef Billy. And we are back here for another fantastic season of Overwatch. I can't wait to get into this.
Fall is coming on. The Christmas holidays are done. We had a wonderful end to the fall. Now we are back. Leaves are starting to get some color on the trees. It hit 70 degrees here in the middle of the country a couple days ago. That it snowed on us, like big time. But I mean, it's starting to get warmer again. So now the action needs to start heating up here. Week number 2 here in the NECC. We're going to be starting off with 3 games tonight. Myself and Jeff taking you through 2 of them. And then we'll see Sam and Ray later on this evening. But we're going to start off with Purdue Black versus Indiana Tech Premier in the Champions Division. And then, folks, right out the gate, Jeff has been salivating over this.
Oh, yeah. That middle matchup is going to be so good, y'all. I mean, we're getting a clash of titans here right out of the gate. For NECC, and I love it. I mean, I'm so ready to get back into some proper collegiate Overwatch. But you know what? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're going to start off here in the Champions Division. It's Purdue Black taking on Indiana Tech. I mean, Purdue, they came out strong last season, but you know, so far they haven't quite found their footing here in spring.
Yeah, I mean, we're taking a look at their fall season records. So I'm sorry, those are spring season records now. Like I said, we're in week number 2. And, you know, really looking at what Purdue brought us last season, you know, kind of an unexpected start for them. They had a pretty good fall semester. And I'm expecting, you know, them to come out and really start challenging here in the Champions Division. But you know what? You were talking about Indiana Tech. You were talking with their coach manager. And Tell me what they brought to you.
I mean, I'm really excited to see this team. It's my first chance to get to see this Indiana Tech roster, and I'm really excited. I was really impressed with. I was talking with Cheesy Ninja, who is their coach / manager, and they had a lot to say and really impressed me. And I really, first and foremost, the determination that I got from Cheesy Ninja was really unparalleled. But before we get into that, I'll delve into some details. We got to take a look at this Purdue roster first. Let's get them up here on the screen. Alistair has been a long stay here with the squad. You played back in fall, and is one I'll be looking to kind of help lead this team forward. Playing out of the support role, but one of the more mainstay players here on this Purdue squad.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing them back in the fall, and I think that Alistair was definitely one of those players that we both really caught a gleam of brilliance out of here in the Champions Division. Tootle was another one that I remember playing a little bit of Tracer back in the fall. So we'll take a look and see how they're going to be able to go up against this 1-0 Indiana Tech Premier squad. And I mean, you have some notes there about the team. A role swap, Alpha and Nosy Paladin actually swapping roles here ahead of season 9. Is that the reason why they have swapped roles, or was this pre-release patch?
I'm not sure. I didn't get a reason behind it. Just know that here in spring that we have seen the Alpha heading into the DPS role, and Nosy is going to take up the mantle of support. But this team's been playing together forever, especially Nosy and G2GU have been playing together for about 4 years. A lot of built-in synergy. Maskey's been with this team for a year. Alpha's been here for a couple of years as well. There's a lot of synergy in the squad. And I mentioned the determination earlier. Here, let me read you this quote. This is the first thing out about the Cheesy Ninja when I was talking to him was, this year the goal for this squad is to compete at a higher level than ever before and win as many championships and tournaments as they can. Like this, that was the first words from this squad, and I don't know. I could just sense the hunger in that sentence, Billy.
Well, I mean, they backed it up with a week 1 win, so now we'll see how they go up against this Purdue Black squad. And I mean, I'm ready for it. Let's see if the Alpha Nosy role swap is going to be providential for them going up against a seasoned team. Purdue Black. I mean, they have a wealth of players there at Purdue across the division. So, I mean, in-house scrim's got to go burr for real.
11 teams, Billy. I counted. They have 11 teams in NECC. At least they did in activation. I'm not positive if all of those teams made it through into league play, or if they stayed together through league play, if they were just trying out some players for activation. But yes, Purdue had 11 separate squads in NECC activation. Nuts. You gotta love it. Like when you're promoting that level of gameplay and that number of gamers, like you got a fan in me.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Let's see how it goes down. And it's going to be a 1st to 3 here. So we're going to take a look at our map screen here and see where we're going to start at and how we're going to go here. And we actually have a change up here from the fall semester. Instead of going control hybrid flashpoint, we're now going control escort flashpoint and then push hybrid and control if necessary. And we're starting out in the frozen wastelands of our Antarctic Peninsula.
And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention this new massive patch that we are a part of before we get into our Spring 24 season. I mean, wholesale changes across the board, most notably to health pools and then to the size of projectiles to kind of balance that out. So you take a couple more hits, but it's easier to land those shots. And personally, I find the aim is obviously going to be more forgiving, but being out of position is punished way, way more, Billy.
I mean, thank God they finally did something to help the aim, because I need it so bad. Please get me out of the metal ranks, holy God. But, I mean, still, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of Zenyatta in quick play and in comp. I've only played about an hour of comp, so my sample size is not that big as of yet. Valentine's Day, had my kid in town, so lots of stuff going on that side, but you know what? We'll see how these players have reacted. It dropped on Tuesday, so we've had about 48 hours, maybe a little bit more than that, since the patch dropped. I've heard nothing but good things about this, and Penguin Cam hopefully will be making its way here onto our screens today, because I love Penguin
Billy got
Cam.
distracted by penguins again.
I know. I saw
you're
penguins on the screen.
You were mid-sentence, and like a penguin popped up on our screen, and you just got completely. You're like, oh, shiny. That was amazing. That was so amazing, buddy. That was amazing.
I mean, I am who I am. I am who I am. And you show me an otter, you show me a penguin, you show me a trash panda, I'm immediately...
Hedgehogs. Baby hedgehogs have been going around lately, and they're the most adorable thing you've ever seen. But anyway, let's focus. We've got some Overwatch in front of us.
We do. We're starting out. Looks like we're starting out on labs, if I can see this right. Or yeah, it looks like we are going to be on labs starting out here. So, I mean, looking at how we want to, kind of look forward to how these teams are going to be able to kind of poke each other out. This map of all three, I think this one is the pokiest of maps. I think you can counter rotate so well, you can catch aggression, but it's going to come once again. Are you out of position? We're here in the Champions Division, so positioning, game sense should be up there to know that you can't peek, especially with the increased accuracy now, Jeff.
We're talking about what kind of compositions we might see with this, fresh look at competition on a 2-day-old patch. And I theorized we were going to get some poke. We indeed are seeing the Sigma as well as the Zenyatta coming out from Purdue Black. Only a single target healing if Calamit's going to stick with the Mercy. We'll see if Phoenix is able to stay alive with a little bit less sustain than what Indiana Tech is showing us at the moment.
Well, and they're Toodle once again, showing that we do love this sport. We love this league. Toodle coming out on the Tracer that they were so very well known for. Now, with the Zarya, you're going to be able to walk past the experimental barrier, and you've got a lot of sustain behind you, Jeff. So I think they take easy point presence here. It's just about Alpha not getting killed right out the gate.
And the bubble will also negate the 20% healing reduction from the DPS passive. So a little bit of a boon there for Zarya. A little bit of treasure duel on the outside. Alpha decides to back out of that and just go straight for the Zen. Looking to hunt down Alistair. Phoenix is able to back up and help provide some support. But still, GTUGU finds the range with that Proton Beam. Melts through the Omnic. Did lose the Tracer in that, but you take that exchange, Billy.
You've still got Alistair kind of owning court back there. And I tell you what, these are two players that we do would be rocking it here for Purdue Black. And we'll see if they're actually able to kind of finish on the back of that. But it's about engagement right now. And Calamite, you've got to keep the blue beam on the Sojourn here to try and get an early pick.
Phoenix is trying to escort payload up here, see if they can find some good LOS. Unfortunately, the defenses are breaking. Phoenix falls. Toodle shortly thereafter. The Mercy Calamite's just hide behind the box. Warrior out. No. G2G's aim is too good.
We were we were doing Skiesi's tournament last weekend, the Rite of the Valkyries, and we saw a lot of insane Mercy plays.
That we did.
Calamite actually had a pretty good double jump there to try to get out of there, but the focus fire was too darn good. Now, as we approach the 50% mark here, I mean, you've got an Amp Matrix here from Nosy Paladin. Do you go early with this and just deny space?
It's an early use of the Immortality field. And Nosy Paladin goes down. Not even going to get a chance to pull out the ultimate. But Phoenix is low, eventually melted. All attention turned to Alistair. They're going to go ahead and invest the Transcendence. Last second, Calamite does not get it. Was up in the air, not able to receive the healing from that 300 HPS. And Purdue Black are now down 2, but they're bringing it back. Alistair takes down Alpha. Both DPS gone for Indiana Tech. Tudo gets stopped on the way to the point, though, as Fluffy is still here, denying any access.
I love the kite back. I love the recognition of knowing where that recall was going to come back to. And they just deleted Toodle out of the fight. So, I mean, they invested both their support ultimates in the previous fight, so now they have nothing to go up against a sound barrier at their back.
I love it. They just ignore the Sigma. I go straight for the back line. Phoenix can't get heals at that point. Easy pickings there for Maskey, who finds 2. G2GU up top, closing this thing out. What's looking to be a 100-0 clean from Indiana Tech.
So this is the buff now that comes through for a tank player. And a lot of tank players have said it's been hell out there playing so far. The fact that you have something that can negate this 20% debuff immediately with a bubble, that's massive, and they are playing so well on the back of it. Nice tracking there from G2GU as well. But this is the recall. This is the moment where I think that they really stamp their authority at the 72% mark. As we approach Icebreaker now, I mean, can you stick with the Zarya here? Yes. But I think that Purdue has a very good idea here in how to deal with a Zarya. You just basically burn the bubble away and then focus the Zarya down. So Indiana Tech, they're gonna have some choices to decide here in just a few moments.
I think GTG is gonna not be happy when they see what they're going up against in the Ramatra, the May, and the Bastion. 350 health on this Bastion, by the way. 750 health for the Ramatra as Phoenix uses the Nemesis form early. Indiana Tech rotates over to the objective. This is going to unlock in about 5 seconds. Maskey going deep into the back. Payload's already down as Maskey is just living behind enemy lines. Indiana Tech have completely thrown Purdue Black off balance.
I mean, I did not expect this. I did not have this on my card. And, well, they get the most work out of it. Yeah. Most Paladin. That DPS training definitely helps them out here as their aim is true. And, you know, this may be a reason why they went over to the support role because of all the buffs that came through.
Was that a deflect on the punch? Or was that a deflect on the Bastion shooting at the Genji? Not quite sure.
I don't know, but I mean, look at this. You've already got a Pulse Bomb online from Alpha as they come back from spawn. But then Nosy Paladin. Amp Matrix almost at the ready. Calamite, Sound Barrier, not to be outdone. And they drop the Bastion in lieu of a Sojourn. So more consistent heals, a little bit better mobility. Yeah,
way better mobility.
Go with that myself.
Yeah, far less vulnerable to this Tracer of Alpha JC. Able to use that slide. Oh, nice stick. Oh, but the block is up. Good move from Phoenix, and Calamite drops the Sound Barrier. Purdue Black trying to push onto the objective. You see along the way, Payload finding some good value out of the Sojourn as well. G2GU still here is going to be able to buy a little bit more percentage, especially with the health gain from that Carnage swing. But Phoenix has the ult if they even need it. Immortality field already used. No heals for Nosy Paladin. All fists turn towards the Junker Queen. G2GU will fall. The Annihilation invested from Purdue Black to ensure they can close this out.
I would have held on to that. That might have been just a panic ult right there. They may be regretting it later on because now you've got Rampage and a Blade here for Indiana Tech, and I mean they've got a window and a Blizzard. But Maskey might be able to deflect it. I have called these out before. Let's see if my crystal ball is working again.
Ooh, all right, Maskey, we're looking for a deflect. Rampage to get things off. Immediately found 3, and here comes the Blade. Payload's already down. Immortality field used, and Toodle's not even going to get it to use. The Blizzard keeps it in the pocket while Maskey chops through the entire squad.
Oh, he's going to get, I mean, that's a nasty stagger. Yeah, Alpha JC was right behind their DPS teammate. These are brutal staggers here coming through for Purdue Black. The Blizzard still online. The Amp Matrix still online. coming up close on an overclock here from Payload. They need to get something done here because Maskey and Alpha JC are owning the front line right now.
Took some early shots, but able to fall around cover. Disruptor shot thrown into that cover. It's going to force Indiana Tech back, but Alpha JC is hiding behind with the pulse. Wants to use it here on the Baptiste. The window is out. Good opportunity. And Mortality Field is down. Fluffy used the sound barrier through all this, and it did! It did! Maskey got it! And froze up the entire squad!
Oh, I am 2 for 2. Let's go.
What a call, Billy. What a call.
Man. Oh, man. Let's go. All right. Indiana Tech backing up their bold statement here in map number 1. They did give up percentage on Icebreaker, but on the back of Maskey and the deflect of the Blizzard, I called for it. They gave it to me. Yes, I have manifested it.
I said before, I will deflect May ult. I will deflect May ult. We believed in you, Maskey. Billy believed in you. What a play.
Okay.
Oh, man, I love this Indiana Tech squad, Billy. This squad is here to win.
Dude, I'm telling you what, Jeff. I mean, they are absolutely on one here. And, I mean, they're playing as a hive mind. They're playing smart compositions where they know they can win. They're willing to immediately change comps up if it's unfavorable to them. I mean, I love the G2GU switch to the Junker Queen.
Yep.
The Rampage started the Annihilation here, and then everything just went on the back. But I didn't even get a chance to see the deflect on it, but it happened. And I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Maskey and Alpha JC, what a wonderful DPS duel. I got to say, Nosy Paladin swapping to that support role might be so very providential now because the aim is true. If you can close down those kills and confirm those kills that they're diving on you, I love it. Meow.
Yeah. Remember that, friends. Alpha just moved into the DPS role this season. I mean, this is a brand new swap. I mean, and it's a pretty big change in mentality, especially going on to a Tracer. It's not like they're just sitting back and playing an Ashe where it's like, I'm just going to play Ana, but with a DPS hero. No. Entirely different play style. And Alpha was dominating all the flank angles. That was a brilliant performance out of Indiana Tech. This is going to be a team to watch, man.
I tell you what, Champions Division, you better be on notice right now because Indiana Tech Premier, they are here to game out, and they are doing exactly that. Now it's going to be our Purdue Blacks map pick here as we head into
Antarctic Peninsula was Purdue's map pick, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. Yeah.
Just saying. All right. Just saying. Cannot wait to see where they're going to take us next. I mean, because Escort, we don't get to see a lot of it. I think, that might be why we kind of swapped up the map pool a little bit, is that we get a chance to see Escort now. Well,
it was our map 5 in fall, right? So that's why we didn't get to see very much of it. So map 2, we're guaranteed a lot more Escort this time around.
Well,
I wonder what our map pool is this season. That is something I neglected to ask before we went live. Not sure what our Escort map pool is.
Me too.
Hey, it's okay. We'll all just learn together here, friends. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we'll learn together. But what we are learning is that, this Indiana Tech team, they are absolutely ready to go. And they do not fear anything right now. And, I mean, Cheesy Ninja, first of all, what a wonderful gamer tag. I'm telling you.
I just love to talk about their team. Like, you could just see in a DM, I could feel the passion, where I was throwing a barrage of questions out, and I was like, I apologize. I know I'm asking a lot. And she's just like, no, keep them coming. I love this. They were so excited to talk about their squad. We're so passionate about their squad. And it shows through in the gameplay. And another little fun tidbit that I learned is that they all play together and always have. This team that was kind of a fundamental part of this squad is ever since even they were a club team, they always came together and always played together. They're not sitting in different dorms playing remote. It's important to this team that they're always in the same room. They come and talk about their goals for the day and talk about what's going on together before their matches every single time. And you can see that synergy. And I think that is just so amazing.
I mean, it's what the collegiate experience brings, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we see it. We see it across so many different teams, them being able to be in the same room together. So, I mean, we talked about this on the podcast back in the day. We said this could be the future of competitive Overwatch. Well, here we are, Jeff, 2 years removed from that statement, and it is coming true. And I mean, we're seeing high level play. We're seeing well thought out comps. Even 2 days into the patch, They have a very good identity of who they are. And I think that's.
I didn't expect to see Dive. Yeah. I'll tell you that. I did not expect to see Trace or Genji on Icebreaker. And it worked like a charm. Mm-hmm. Like that was
It's almost like Big Brother. Did I do that right? Unexpected. No.
Was that a proper chef's kiss? Okay, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Yes. Looks like our map pick is in, and it's going to an old standard, an old standby. We are headed to Route 66, Jeff.
Hell yeah. I love it. This is definitely a very poke-heavy map. So, I mean, suits well what we're being shown. A little bit from Purdue. I mean, Purdue were showing us a little bit of everything. They showed us a little bit of Brawl, showed us a little bit of poke there in that first map. So we'll see what they have here. Hey, maybe fingers crossed. I know it's a long shot, y'all. Maybe we get a look at the reworked Pharah, because this is a good Pharah map.
It really is, but I mean, I think
Echo's still stronger, but I can dream. All right.
Hey, I have to be who I am. I got to call it how it is. I mean, that's what we love me for. Is I just call it how it is. No, I think the Pharah could. I mean, I haven't seen the horizontal movement yet. So, what I have heard, if they do decide that they want to run with a Pharmercy, is that it's harder to stay tethered to the Pharah.
It's completely changed. The gameplay has definitely changed.
So, we were talking with a lot of Mercy mains this past weekend, and the muscle memory is going to have to be relearned as far as how to keep the tether on and keep the Guardian Angel and everything else going on with that, to keep these Pharmacy combos in the sky. So that's where I think the Echo might be a little bit easier now than the standard Pharah. But we'll see how it goes through. Well, we get debated.
There was some confusion on who was supposed to pick the map. So now we have our proper map pick in, and this is a very, very poke-heavy map. If Route 66, was a little poke prominent, Havana is the home of the sniper.
I mean, but you can claim so much space, especially if you're willing to flank. Especially if you're willing to, use dive DPS here, Jeff.
Widowmaker, it's tough to play dive on this map. At least on point A. Point A, point C, it's tough to play dive. Point B, for sure.
Sure.
But you're swapping your comp around.
Yeah. Mobility, though. I think mobility is going to be the key of where we really look at how these teams are able to progress right now. And once again, we've seen a Junker Queen. We've seen a Zarya. We've seen a Sigma and a Ramatra. So, sustainability, extra ways to deal with incoming damage, either mitigation or taking away a cleanse, with a bubble. We haven't seen Kiriko as of yet. So we'll see if that is something that may, kind of rear its ugly head coming on down the line. Snipers should still be very prominent here, though. I didn't want it to completely devalue the fact that it is hard for a dive DPS to get around. I just think that the mobility right now is so good, especially if you're going to be running with the Zenyatta, because that's basically a sniper in its own right, especially with the increased accuracy and the larger projectile coming from the Zenyatta.
Don't forget, there's no fall off on a Zen.
Right. So we'll see how this goes down. Indiana Tech's going to be coming out on the defense. We'll see what they decide is going to be their strategy to defend point A.
Indiana Tech chose to start off on the defense. I'd swap here. We have seen Brawl has been very prominent defensively here on Havana, and I was thinking all of the massive amount of changes with this new patch that, maybe we shift back to a poke on Havana. Well, it looks like I was wrong, friends. It is right back to Art Symmetra and go hold the door.
This is beautiful. It's going to harken back to what we saw during, 2022, 2023. Phoenix may have heard a voice line that said, you know what, I'll opt into that. Lots of swapping going around here. Payload might actually get a lot of value if they stick with the Bastion.
Way to break this open. Purdue Black, they saw it. Indiana Tech made a move there about 10 seconds before the gates opened, and Purdue Black could see them through the windows. So they made the comp swap beforehand, and they're ready.
So much damage came through. Yeah, Phoenix almost went down. Phoenix goes down.
I can't believe Phoenix the one that fell first. It looked like G2GU's shield was breaking first. But no, the heals were too good. Nosy Paladin got the Immortality field down, and G2GU stays alive. Crucial here for Indiana Tech.
I mean, look at Batsky, though. Already 56 to a photon barrier. Nosy Paladin almost has same distance away from their Ant Matrix. So this is all about how can Purdue Black counter-rotate and pull stuff out. What a wall!
Yeah, it was a great wall. The supports were able to get on top of it, so Phoenix got the healing and was able to find the kill onto Maskey to start things off. And then G2GU will not survive that one. Got in a bit too deep and away from the rest of the team. And Lucio Boop really just pushing Nosy Paladin all over the place.
Yeah, I mean
now we get swaps to poke.
Yeah. So I mean, now you look at the Lucio Boop, like all the Lucio mains out there, finally saying, "Oh my God, we get our boot back." Yeah, we're getting a full swap here from Indiana Tech, and I like this from them. I like the Zenyatta coming out here. It's going to provide a lot of shield break. You'll get an early Transcendence. They're going to have to try and beat Tootle through this Blizzard, otherwise they are in serious trouble because they have 0 mobility.
Maskey is going to grab a very powerful position on this high ground. Has the billboard for some cover as well. Sound barrier out as well as an Earth Shatter here from Purdue, and G2GU is back in spawn. Ant Matrix is up from Purdue, but well, nobody's even really using it at this point. Calamit's able to find 1+1 after the snipe. And well, now the snipe's no longer available. Alistair moved up top and claimed that powerful high ground for themselves.
I mean, this is great here from Purdue Black. I mean, they completely flipped the script as far as what we saw happen there in Antarctic Peninsula. They are very sure of themselves. They want to brawl. They want to have some fun. And I'm wondering if Phoenix is now going to go swap over to either a Winston, maybe a Sigma of their own. Yeah, I like the mirror there. So, Alistair, yeah, there's swaps coming through from Purdue Black as well. They're looking for a little bit more sustain. I'm not sure exactly why we go with the Kiriko here, other than maybe looking for the Kitsune Rush to help Phoenix build up towards this next flux.
I mean, Kitsune Rush with a Bastion is pretty nasty as well. Speaking of nasty, look at that aim out of Alpha JC. Poor player, by the way.
Ah, you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. And Tootle had swapped over to an Ash. Not a lot of joy there. Oh my God, Maskey.
That was a nice one. Oh, but Alpha JC finds himself in a rough spot against Payload and the Bastion. Maskey and the rest of Indiana Tech backing up. There's only Widowmaker DPS available right now for the defense.
Don't poke that. Don't peek that, please. I don't know what you're peeking there. Fluffy says, you know what? I can do that too. And I will also pop my Transcendence. Yeah, lovely stuff from them. That's going to stall this payload out. 3 minutes on the clock, Jeff. And we're looking now. Oh my God.
That was not
destroyed.
Nice.
That was not nice. No.
It was the pinch on the stairs is what I was referring to as being nice, not necessarily the Transcendence itself. Phoenix overstepping here a bit, did have the kinetic grasp to find their way back into safety. Save can't be set for Total, and G2GU had a gravitic flux to put an exclamation point on this fight.
Yep, I mean, this is great. Alpha JC, hello? I'm shocked. Just as beautiful. I love that slide into a headshot. It's hard to do. I've only just learned how to do it in my time of playing Sojourn. But now for Purdue Black. I mean, they've got some options here. They're going to have both their support ultimates into this fight. I think that you go out with an early Amp Matrix just to dislodge Indiana Tech, especially since you know that Transcendence isn't online, and you let them have it.
Purdue Black moving in from the left-hand side. One ultimate coming out early. Overclock here from Alpha JC, trying to keep him at bay. Has the double damage from the window and double kills. 2 fall at the hands of Alpha JC. Beautiful overclock. Purdue Black scrambling. Oh, going in.
Yep, going in, got that. You know, they're on fire right now, but I think they'll go ahead and take that.
In more ways than one, Billy.
Okay, I mean, once again, thank you to Hippie and his company, just giving us the best of the world here. One of the best producers in the scene. Nice accretion there as well. Bob's just about online. That should be an opening here for Purdue Black.
A lot of cooldowns used from Purdue just to get out the door. Yeah, and Alistair can't make it. Look at that angle from Maskey. Oh! Is able to fight, too, before Tootle finally puts them down. But damage done indeed out of Maskey with the Widowmaker.
I mean, lovely stuff. I mean, you're going to possibly lose your support. Yeah, whiff.
That was a bit ambitious.
But now you get the kill still, so I mean, maybe a little bit aggressive, let's say.
It's psychic warfare, Billy. It's psychic warfare.
Well, they took a lot of psychic damage in there. Because we are under a minute now, just about 45 seconds. You've got 3 ultimates here for Purdue Black. I think that you've got to get this Bob at least close to the payload to get any kind of work going on.
Using the hands just the right time and able to get some shielding back on top. Infrasite's out from the defense. Oh, and Toodle is low. Fluffy with this beautiful angle put a lot of damage down, but ate some shots of their own, had to back around the corner. Meanwhile, Maskey still has those sights going and finds Toodle's dome, takes them off of the high ground. Transcendence out from Indiana Tech. Fluffy just wants to get aggressive with this, I think, and was triggered by the amplification matrix on the other side. Alistair's able to find Alpha JC. So Purdue Black in this triangle. Oh, but Maskey found him.
Yeah, this is turning into a really horrible fight for them. I mean, they still have not been able to deploy Bob. Bob will get a last-second touch here if Toodle can make it, but good God knows if Paladin wants to get saved themselves.
Everybody's already dead when the time the big Omnic butt the battle. G2GU will fall, but that is the only fatality here from the defense of Indiana Tech. They're going to stop this cart barely into the distillery whatsoever.
I mean, wonderful chess. Wonderful chess from these two teams. I mean, they kind of sniffed each other out in the beginning. And then we saw the swap and counter swap, what I call the chess match going on. I mean, this Symmetra pick was absolutely perfect coming out from them. And, I mean, Alpha JC was really an impetus for them turning this around. I love the Soldier from Alpha JC. I also love the Widowmaker here from Maskey. So, you know what? You think they got the job done? Now, you know, they're looking to take themselves 2-0 here in our first to 3. And, I mean, that's just crazy. That's just crazy aim. And this angle from Maskey was everything that I wanted it to be, and you loved it too.
Oh, yeah. Love a good off angle, and I think it's really important with the Season 9 patch. We saw Fluffy doing it as well. Taking these very aggressive flank angles, and it puts a lot of pressure onto Purdue when they're trying to get out of spawn, when they're trying to cover that open ground. They were taking so much fire, they were having to use cooldowns, having to use resources just to cover that little gap on the right-hand side of your screen right now by the blue truck, and a lot of it was based on the positioning from Maskey and Nosy Paladin.
I mean, we're talking about, you know, being out of position, being punished so much now.
Right.
The other thing is if you take a superior positioning, like what we just saw from Maskey and Alpha JC, hey, you get your wish. You get your wish, buddy.
Hey! We didn't get to see the far for the spawn break. Wasn't even the map I was thinking of. Does have that horizontal boost and is not afraid to go in close up against payload and finds the kill onto what is traditionally the hard counter against the Pharah. Unfortunately for Alpha JC, their team is struggling here at the front door. But Alpha should be able to just move up on top of this roof and be absolutely untouchable. Yeah, you can see him up there, Nosy Paladin join him, and just rain rockets down here. Though it does play a little different. The Pharah has to touch ground now.
Yes, and I mean that's going to be something that they have to deal with. They have gotten this payload kind of sort of moving. I don't know if this is going to work so much. Oh my God, the shots from this far though under the truck.
Oh, under the car, under the truck. That was awesome.
Oh man, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, and that should be enough for them to get out here. Even though Fenix is really holding court very nicely here.
Sure, Phoenix is going to try to buy as much time, maybe even see if they can find a miracle and survive without their Baptiste through, I mean, right in front of the enemy spawn. Point blank barrage. Alpha just reached out and shook their hand with a salvo of rockets.
I love it. I love it. And there's one on the cart right now. The res came through as well. Look at this shot though, under the truck.
Give me the Alpha Pov. Give me the Alpha Pov. Oh, okay. We had to cut back. Yeah, that was the shot under the truck. I was hoping it was the barrage, but it was the shot under the truck. That was pretty slick as well.
But now watch as the compositions change up here. Toodle's out here, but early shatter.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that put G2GU down immediately. Like, just got crushed.
We've seen some swaps though. I mean, Maskey has been on the Soldier for a minute, but I'll JC back over to the Sojourn here. I like the change. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get done against the shielding from Phoenix. I think they need to also be watching out for perhaps this blizzard incoming. I wouldn't hate to see the Genji here because there's some mobility issues on the side of Purdue where you can take down the deflect. You can deflect the fire strikes coming through. You can deflect the blizzard again.
Speaking of fire strikes, Phoenix is good with it. Holy cow, good Ryan. Oh, and a perfectly timed window to devalue the tack visor. Palo got double damage on theirs, and they're gonna round this corner and get killed by the Gravitic Flux. G2G with a perfect counter punch and is towing this line beautifully. Phoenix has half health and a cracking shield. Has to back up. That's a long way to cover. Rez is there for Maskey, and Indiana Tech are surging forward.
They are surging forward, and they're going to take this first corner. Finally. I mean, we are sub 60 seconds, so what a hell of a hold there coming from Purdue Black. And they still have their Blizzard online. Alster over to the Zenyatta now. Knows it's going to go ahead and answer it. So you're going to have Amp Matrix to kind of buy them some space here, put a lot of pressure on the Phoenix. They're going to swap over to a Sigma of their own. Yeah. Oh, they got rid
of the Blizzard for the Ashe.
Why?
I mean, perhaps putting that value on second point is my only thinking. Kind of get a jump start on their hold here. If they lose a fight here at this door, it could be disastrous. This cart does not have far to go, and Phoenix is already down. Purdue Black are in a very tough spot as the point is capped and time is added.
2:48 to be exact. Now you got an overclock online.
That's the box of victory right there, Billy.
Yeah. I mean, they can pop overclock right now and end it.
There it is. Heard the Alpha calling out, immediately finds two. Alistair falls, Calamine falls. That's both your supports. No sustain. Nothing Phoenix can do but stand there and watch the cart move forward. Watch the respawn timers click down as 3 on cart. Moments away from taking map 2.
Yep, all it was the overclock. I mean, I told you. All they had to do was pop overclock and it was done. And that's exactly what happened. They would pop overclock and it's done. Man, that was a lot closer than I think Indiana Tech may have expected. And G2G gets the play of the game here. I still think that the end of the truck shot kill from Farah deserves it. But, I mean, aggression absolutely rewarded here. And we'll see, now how are these Purdue Black members going to be able to get themselves back into winning ways, because they are on an 0-1 record right now, and they're facing down the point of a 0-2 start to the season.
I mean, whether it's Brawl, whether it's Poke, whether it's Dive, Indiana Tech have been exceptional. Nothing they can't play. Purdue Black will have a moment as we head into halftime to figure out what can they do to start this reverse sweep. We'll see you after the break. Match number 3. We are back. Did you miss us? We missed you. It's time to get into match number 3. Indiana Tech have put up just an impressive, exceptional performance so far here to start off our spring 24 season for NECC Overwatch. Billy, I don't even know where to start. Everybody on this team looks so darn good.
I think it's Cheesy Ninja holding them all together with a glob of love. The strings that hold this team together are unbreakable. Okay. It's food and it's dad jokes, and I don't do dad jokes, so you should really give me extra gold stars for that. But seriously, I think that it leads from the back to the front, and I think that Alpha and Nosy, them two swapping, might just be exactly what they needed, and they're playing and they're backing up what they had going on. So we'll see now. We do have a role swap here. Payload and Monster.
Yeah, it looks like Purdue are taking a page out of Indiana Tech's playbook. As what we were briefly shown on screen was Alistair going to DPS and Payload, moving to support. Just to reiterate that, you just said that. I don't know why I just repeated what you said. You said it, but I'm kind of flabbergasted that they're like, hey, wait a minute, Indiana Tech did this. Maybe we should try it.
I mean, maybe it's a planned move. I mean, some teams some teams do decide they want to swap their roles up just for a certain map type. I'm okay with that. I'm here for that. I mean, especially if you practiced it. Hopefully this isn't just a knee-jerk reaction to, oh my God, Indiana Tech are wiping our butts across the floor right now. Because that's kind of what's happening. Yeah. I mean, but we've seen flashes of brilliance too, like Purdue Black, like they made a wonderful stand there. It's just they didn't have enough cart progress through the distillery to really, get their teeth sunk into point 2. So
I think they made a mistake trying to go for that third engage at the very end. I think they should have waited and just set up in point B. But you know what? That's neither here nor there. That's behind them now. Purdue Black with their 3rd map pick in a row. Try to see if they can, put a 1 in that map score column.
I don't like goose eggs. I also don't like 3 Overwatch. I don't like 3 Overwatch. I would like a 3-1 at least. Please, thank you so much. Alistair's going to bring out the May here. So they're looking to section off somebody from Indiana Tech, and they've got mobility in spades. But I mean, Purdue Black, they're going to go ahead and mirror the support line, so at least they're going to have some ability to get away from G2, GU, and company. It's just all about the poke. The initial poke right now is where it's going to be.
And Alpha back onto this Tracer. I mean, this is a little bit of deja vu back from Antarctic Peninsula, Billy, with the Junker Queen versus the Ramontra, and Maskey finding early picks to start things off. You were talking about the importance of that poke, but once it got into the nitty-gritty, Purdue Black are able to land a couple of haymakers of their own. They've found 2 and are certainly not out of this fight, but with that kill on the Phoenix, Maskey has just put this first fight into Indiana Tech's favor.
I mean, Alistair actually gets Maskey, though, so that actually kind of works for them, even though the mobility is definitely going to be more in favor of Indiana Tech, especially with them capturing the point now. I mean, look at these ult charges, though. I mean, Alistair actually putting a lot of work in with that ult fire coming from the May, looking for an early blizzard. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Miski go over to the Genji here, just to get on that backlight and harry them and make Phoenix life hell.
I mean, it's exactly what they did on Antarctic Peninsula. It worked wonderfully. Nemesis form used early here out of Phoenix, trying to force G2GU off point. In fact, we'll just force them all the way back into spawn. That'll do even better. Now attention turned on to Alpha JC, see if they can get rid of these pesky DPS, but they're causing problems. Maskey in particular is still here and still landing shots. Fluffy has found a pair as well, and Indiana Tech just won't die.
No, it's all about the ability once again. Right, Fluffy, the Fluffmeister, getting it done. I'm here for it. The Tech, the Premier Tech team here is just absolutely owning, but they got a problem. They've got a blizzard coming in here. I think that they need to hold this. Do not take this point. Find out where the next flashpoint is and make your stand there.
Yeah, it's exactly what Purdue Black are going to do. They're going to wait and see if they can get a jump on this next point. Unfortunately for them, it looks like it has spawned towards Indiana Tech's favor.
Yeah, we're going to Palace, and I mean, they're going to have both their support ultimates, both of their DPS ultimates, and a really aggressive G2GU that wants to hook you out and pull you in. Like that.
Didn't even need the pulse bomb to find payload, and even with the sound barrier, Turtle still goes down. I don't know if they didn't get it or if it just got melted, but Indiana Tech use only one ultimate blizzard from Alistair in this small room. Alpha fearlessly just dives right into it.
Got to be a swap. It's got to be for a swap. You throw it out there, you try to get whatever you can get out of it, and then you have to swap out for a different character. I mean, what do you bring here? And no, I guess they're just stick with it. Oh, that has to be a fat finger then, Jeff. It had to be a fat finger.
I mean, maybe just a desperation move. Or a plan, like they were going to use it in that first fight no matter what. But either way, it did not find the value they were looking for. Oh, the wall was just a moment too late. Toodle gets hit by the Rampage, but is able to get a heck out of dodge. Finds safety up on top of the building. Oh, long distance shot! Toodle, you are not safe after all. Overclock out of the backfield here from Maskey, but Phoenix has ran into the thick of things here with an annihilation. Tendrils attached to everyone, and 2 immediately fall, make it 3.
They absolutely had to have that. I mean, what a fantastic counter ultimate. The wall actually did enough kind of to section everybody off, and you weren't able to see Indiana Tech be able to close down the distance between them and the Purdue Black members. The wall is actually better than you initially thought because they just could not get LOS on anybody other than Toodle, who poked their shiny head there just for a split second, and G2G took it off.
Now Toodle has the overclock. It doesn't need that to find the kill onto Maskey. Straight rail shot to the dome will do the trick. Purdue Black are fending off Indiana Attack. They're trying to come through the side room, but uh-oh, that was not a good plan. Phoenix is happy to go greet you in there with a pair of distance fists.
Toodle is starting to really light up here. That is 3 in the last 2 fights here. Big clutch one onto Maskey that started the previous fight, and now they get 2 in this last fight. This is actually turning out to be very good for them. They might just take this flashpoint and even us up here in Suravasa.
Certainly the best sequence of fights we've seen out of Purdue yet today. We'll get a touch here out of Indiana taking the circle around. Nice wall, denied some healing at least for the moment. Sound barrier out from Killamite. Blizzard in as well. G2GU falls immediately despite the double healing from up on top. Phoenix goes down, so there's no tanks left here on this point. Pulse Bomb misses Alistair. No need to use the ice block, and a surrounded Alpha JC has to blink out. Fluffy is still here, but one by one, Purdue Black are finding the kills.
Oh, they stayed too late as well. Fluffy gets a horrible stagger. And it looks like we are heading towards, I believe, Garden next? Question mark? I think that's right. Yeah, I think we're heading Garden next.
Our teams are still fighting, you know, in the Palace. So it's there's still 3v4 taking place down here, y'all.
I mean, they're not willing to go down. I love this tenacity from Purdue Black. They're actually up 1 right now as they approach Garden from this from the east side, and now they're gonna be able to rotate. I don't know how they got that done.
I mean, it's clean movement there from Purdue Black. I mean, the team fight continued to take place after the cap and all the way over here where Sound Barrier has been thrown down by Indiana Tech. Overclock invested from Toodle in response, and Maskey feels the brunt of it. Eyes turned to the BAP. They're alone on coast. Drive them away. Land 1 onto the Lucio. Can they get the follow-up shot? Fluffy dancing and dodging and gets the heck out of there. Purdue roll.
Yep, I mean, that's exactly what they need. There's the kills confirming through. So Fluffy just needs to beat a very quick retreat to the team. Taxi everybody back. They've got a host of ultimates coming up here to get into this fight. Will Phoenix get to their annihilation before we start seeing them all press Q? That is the big question here. The other question is, can Calamite get the sound barrier up before this rampage comes out from G2GE?
It's ready to go. The answer is no on that one, and Calamite's hurt. Alistair's very low as well. Everybody will die. Maskey dropped the overclock, comboed, and lands beautiful shots like that.
You love it. You love it. And now you've got the Pulse Bomb just on standby as you need it. You can maybe look for Alistair as they try to put the Blizzard out. You hit him with the Pulse Bomb as the animation comes out, recall out. Gets yourself an easy fight win. It's all going to be up to Fluffy to get everybody out of there. What a Pulse Bomb coming out. Got very advantageous with that.
Oh, but unfortunately it doesn't land. Still able to get the kills. Alpha stuck around a little longer than they probably should. Annihilation, Sound Barrier, Blizzard. 3 ults invested from Purdue Black to swing a 4v5, and it looks like it will succeed. 2 kills immediately going in their favor. Percentage very, very close between our 2 squads.
Fluffy, get out, please. Fluffy, get out, please. Fluffy, get out, please. Oh, no,
Or just get kills.
Duel here.
Oh, wow!
And get
That's
sound
2.
barrier. Yep, get sound barrier as well, Jeff. So I mean, they've got a definite chance to get back onto this point. You got to look for Nosy Paladin to put down this amp matrix to really solidify the place on the point.
Oh man, Fluffy might sound cute, but is in fact very deadly. And a big boop sends 4 Purdue back away from this corner, allowing Indiana Tech the chance they needed to get the cap, secure some percentage. Amp Matrix now up from Purdue is a retake, but Tootle falls immediately. Sound Barrier out for Fluffy after getting all those kills, and Alpha decides to get a host of their own.
Exactly what they needed. That's 4 in the fight there for Alpha JC, and they're going to take this 3rd flashpoint, and now we're either headed to Temple or Ruins, and I mean, they're going to have Pulse Bomb. Yeah, that's about it. So, payload over to Moira now. Interesting, to say the least. We'll see how the sustain is for this, but it's going to be down to Alistair right now. They are facing match point. They are facing flashpoint here, and they, well, they've got the first capture here, or they've got the positioning to take the first capture here.
Yeah, they decided to hold up on stairs and just immediately ambush as soon as Purdue Black are here, and Phoenix was just not ready. Was unwilling to disengage from that fight and gave their life to stand that ground that Indiana Tech now firmly owns. Beautiful shooting out of Maskey.
Maskey is absolutely having a wonderful night. Thank you very much. The Hoosier State, very proud of their player right now. And I mean, they've got an overclock. This is just great aim here. Just great tracking as well. A little flick of the wrist. 1 and 2. And then the 3rd one. This
3.
one was my favorite one. Yeah, look at that. Pop right in the leg.
Gotta love it. Maskey is just an all-star in the making. And we're only in week 2.
I like them. I like them a lot. They are very, very aggressive. Man, this Indiana Tech team, they're looking for it right now. They've got an overclock at their back.
Good plan for Purdue Black. Wall off to take a GTGU is just swarmed. Immortality Field not there in time. Overclock for Maskey to try to bring it back. Fluffy! It's Fluffy again! Fluffy picks up 2, 3 kills for Fluffy. And the lights out Lucio continues to wreak havoc on Purdue.
Come on, Fluffy. Come on! I mean, I had a dog named Fluffy when I was younger.
Aw.
This dog
was
can
it as
hunt.
deadly as this Lucio?
I mean,
this dog can definitely hunt. That's a stick. That's a 3K for Alpha.
Good night. Good night. It's done. It's over, as the kids would say.
Wow. This Indiana Tech squad is for real, y'all. Everybody in Champions Division needs to sit up and take notice. Indiana Tech is here to win.
Absolutely. No, yeah, you love the celebration ults as well. Holy cow. Cheesy Ninja, you were not playing around when you talked to Jeff earlier today and said we are going to win as many championships as we can and play the best that we've ever played before. Well, I tell you what, I've never seen you play before, and I'm pretty damn impressed. This was fantastic out of them.
Yeah, you get 5 Chef Billy stars. I have no doubt. From me, I'm not speaking for Chef Billy. That's just what they're called. They're called Chef Billy stars, and I'm giving you 5 of them because that was impressive.
I'd never heard this before, but okay, I'll go with it. Definitely Chef Billy stars, and yes, they are 5 gold.
Michelin, eat your heart out.
Yeah, Michelin. I mean, yeah. Screw Michelin stars. Give me a Chef Billy star all day long.
Yeah, give me Chef Billy stars any day of the week.
It was tasty. It was tasty. It was delicious. It was nutritious even. And I mean, for Indiana Tech, I mean, this is exactly the way that they wanted to start out here on our streams with a massive 3-0 sweep of Purdue Black. You know, a long-standing team in esports org here in our league. And I mean, Indiana Tech just said, I'm done. I'm good. I got stuff to do. Let's go ahead and get this done.
It's a huge feast. Indiana Tech with a most gigantic spread of talent I have seen in some time here in the Champions Division, and I cannot wait to see more of them. Ooh, Fluffy on this Lucio. There's a lot of impressive play. I talked about it earlier after halftime that I wasn't even sure where to start with how good everybody looked on this team. Alpha making that swap into the DPS role just this spring season, coming up with that big 3K at the end and put an exclamation point on this thing. But Fluffy, I mean, the lights out Lucio, I think match, Billy.
Agreed. I usually lean towards a tank or a DPS. Fluffy was everything that we wanted them to be, and I mean, we saw how we got there. I mean, it wasn't a complete wash, okay, but it was pretty darn emphatic coming out of Indiana Tech. So, man, what a way to start off!
What a way!
The spring semester here, Jeff.
Oh, and it's only getting better from here. We're going to take a little break. We're going to pass the baton over to Sam and Ray, and they have an absolute barn burner for you. After the break, it's ISU taking on Northwood Blue when NECC Overwatch returns.
Hello everyone and welcome back to week 2 of Overwatch 2 here at the NECC. We are stepping our toes, Ray, into the Legends division. My name, of course, being Sam Tonks, and joining me to try hard Ray. And Ray, we have an epic matchup here tonight, one that is going to ripple throughout the entire Overwatch sphere. Illinois State University going up against Northwood Blue. And if this doesn't excite you, if this doesn't excite everyone, Ray, then I don't know what will.
Yeah, this is going to be pinnacle collegiate Overwatch. In the Legends division alone, these are two of the top 4 teams, with the other two being Winthrop and Fisher. And then in the entire collegiate landscape, because Maryville didn't enter here, they're definitely top 5 because Maryville comes into the conversation after that. But these are two of the best Overwatch collegiate programs you could ask for. And as we see on the screen, they're already off to a hot start in their division, both 2-0 and roaring and ready to go. But who knows who's going to have the upper hand as we are entering a brand new patch where we've had, I don't know, 24, 48, maybe 72 hours at most to figure this out. And as I was talking to some of the coaches, especially for Redbirds, they're at this point, they're like, no one knows what the meta is going to be yet. We're just going to lean into our strengths and figure it out as we go through this series.
Well, speaking of the Redbirds, speaking of ISU, let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. Ray, I mean, these names, right? These are powerhouse. These are names that you know in the household. We have Lethal, W. Maymone, Ariel 2, Admiral, and Skyle. These are insane players.
Yeah, I mean, when Redbirds came out with their roster announcement like a month or so ago, and they threw out all these names, it's like, whoa, holy imports. The amount of imports they brought in, because even Kuffa's another tank player they have on their bench right now, not playing this map, but they brought in so much talent, and they're all here together at ISU, and from what their coaches tell me, they're all adjusting very well to being an NA together, and they are ready to show what they got against one of the best teams in the Legends division, being Northwood Blue. And with that, let's go ahead and pull up that Northwood Blue roster.
Absolutely. And again, right, Ray? We get one roster that's rocking our minds, and already here for Northwood Blue, a second roster ready to take us to the next level. We have Rocket, Haven, Mikey, Vega, CJ. I mean, collegiate is looking so good right now.
Yeah, and the name I'm circling right now is Mikey, because a lot of things we've been hearing with this patch coming in, Wrecking Ball is, you know, a sleeper pick, looking like he could control a lot of this meta, and Mikey is an extremely strong Wrecking Ball, one of the heroes he is well known for being extremely talented at. So I think with Northwood throwing that gauntlet saying Mikey's going to be in, not Cowman, I think that's the kind of compositions we should expect coming out of Northwood.
And the conversations I've had with Northwood are basically boiling down to, yeah, we're okay. We're going to be fine. Any meta you throw at us, we're going to dominate. And so let's figure out if this first map is going to be where they're going to dominate on, or if ISU is going to have the upper hand. And I hope you like snow. I hope you brought your jacket, because we are in winter and it is staying true. The first map being Control and in Nepal. Then we go into Escort, Flashpoint, Push, Hybrid. We need to Control. So starting off on Nepal though, Ray.
Yeah, as you can see, a little bit of unconventional order of the maps in NECC here, but I'm excited if we, you know, pre-tail and see these Wrecking Ball compositions like we've been hearing and prophesizing. I think this map of Nepal is going to work extremely well and lending itself to those compositions. A little bit of a spoiler, we will be starting off on the Sanctum map, so the indoor one with the pit of death in there, and that's going to be the big thing, because Lucio coming in this new patch got an extra, I think it was 12 or 15% to that boot. So teams are going to have to be extremely careful about how they play around this pit.
And there's a lot of changes that have come along with Season 9. An innumerable amount. It feels like a whole new era of Overwatch. And we get to witness unfold in front of us with some of the best in Overwatch. Northwood Blue versus Illinois State University. Both of these teams currently sitting at 2-0 regular season so far. One of these teams will be walking away with their first loss tonight.
Yeah, as we see, Northwood is going to go ahead and lock on that Wrecking Ball composition with the Zen Lucia. These are the two supports we've heard that have been comboing really good with it. Vega's going to be able to provide this ability to provide healing to not only the Zen, but go around with Rocket and help him win sustained fights. But again, it's all going to come down to these DPS. With that new passive of being able to prevent 20% healing is going to be crazy.
Ooh, and you're going to see Northwood kind of keeping Illinois State University corralled into here. You have Maymone, you have Lethal, getting the picks that they need to. Rocket and CJ are out of here, and for Northwood Blue, especially without their tank, any chances of taking this point first are gone.
Yeah, that's unfortunate where things are going to go bad when you're playing the Wrecking Ball composition is you can't allow to get corralled into small spaces like that. That's exactly what Lethal on Cassie's waiting for. Ariel on that Sigma. They're just going to unleash all that damage in the small room. For Northwood, it's going to be critical to get into open spaces and coordinate these dives.
And again, we're seeing him inside of there. But Mikey under a world of damage, but the world is still on their side. CJ is going to break that new ground. Maymone is gone, but still having to get onto the actual site itself would be a bit of a Herculean task. They want to make sure that everything is as secure as it can be. The immortality field is gone. You keep them locked up in this corner. There is nowhere that ISU is going. And Ray, already on map 1, this is going back and forth.
And we already saw the adjustment coming out from Northwood. They did not get baited into that small room whatsoever, Sam. They each played their own sightlines through that door. Haven was able to stay on the opposite end and poke through the room while the rest of the team is collapsing and diving, and they're able just to clean up fast. However, ISU is coming back. They have a lot of ultimates they've been able to build up to, so they have a chance to get aggressive here.
They do, a bevy of them, as a matter of fact. First one is going to be that pulse bomb onto CJ. Nothing to save them, nothing to stomp the oncoming onslaught here. But still for Northwood, a chance to bring things back around, but the second Mikey goes in, it felt like they're gone just as quickly. A quick Deadeye, just to secure their position here. Maymone is on a tear. ISU working towards getting this point back under their control.
Yeah, again, just a clinical dissection of this Northwood composition. They get the pulse bomb onto CJ before that Transcendence got online, and then you're just able to collapse on a Mikey with that Cassidy, but they've already found Skyle!
Skyle! Separated from the rest of the group. You're gonna see the window put up here, and in a very delicious moment for ISU, Mikey is gone, and now it's time to press the full-on assault through here. CJ to pop the Transcendence, making sure that they capture the point, trying to grab as much of the percentage as they can.
Yeah, but without Mikey on the field right now, they can't afford to get aggressive and take any dives. He's going to be back quickly. He already is there on the back line. But Matt, already seen that Cassie nade come into play.
Oh, and they're going to put the minefield, but they can just go on to the other side of this, or even use the Skyle Transcendence to clear their way on top of that. To go along with this, Haven is gone. Now, in another attempt to keep the sustainability alive, a Vega sound barrier is going to come in, a quick Riveting Flux, and it's an answer from Ariel 2, and these are all over the place. It's pick for a pick, death for a death. But the big crux of the situation, ISU still has their tank. Northwood, though, still has their supports.
Yeah, so this is a chance for Illinois to really start pressing the matter and at least take this positioning away from Northwood coming into this next fight. Mama's gonna throw the pulse bomb, it's not gonna fight anyone, and Bob comes out.
Bob comes out. That's going to be another wrinkle in the plans for ISU to try and attempt to get onto that site. A lot of things are happening here, including the loss of Rocket, a quick Deadeye, going to keep Northwood, at the very least, stuck in this area. Mikey had nowhere to go except for into the waiting arms of an accretion rock. And just like that, where it looked like Northwood may have had the upper hand, well, hands have been exchanged. ISU still at that 99% in overtime.
Yeah, you're probably going to get one or two more attempts at this for Northwood to bring this back. They're going to be at a disadvantage in this next fight as Admiral's going to be able to throw in that amplification matrix, but CJ looming with this Transcendence. Last time we saw Maymone focus him down when that Transcendence was coming online. Can he do it again?
Push forward. Mikey trying to be the disruptor here. All eyes are on Admiral and how they decide to use the amplification matrix. In what way is this going to be used to secure ISU's victory? Northwood cannot make any mistakes here. Build up towards the ultimates with the time that you have left. This is time to pull the ripcord, time to put yourself into there. CJ uses the Transcendence, but now let's look what is being answered with on top of this amplification matrix, looking all over the place. No one to touch, no one to happen here. Northwood, right underneath their noses.
My jaw is just dropping. They had every single opportunity to go touch that point, and they just didn't. ISU just let the spaghetti drop. I don't know if they just had a miscommunication on who was going to touch, because it seemed like Admiral was in a fight trying to keep himself alive. Maybe they wanted Ariel to touch and they just weren't able to in time, but that is a huge mistake coming out from the Redbirds.
Sorry, I'm riding my brain here for a second. Mikey was gone, right? Everything for ISU was leading up to being able to take that point back and to solidify that first point. Capture that first point for themselves. And here we are, another chance, another opportunity. And well, you can bet your top dollar that ISU is feeling the scorn and feeling the pain from that. Vega's gonna be the first blood of this next go around. ISU already set up on site.
Yeah, so this composition that Redbirds are playing right now is the other composition I was hearing a lot of buzz around, is a Sigma Brawl. Very similar to what we saw in like the Overwatch League Grand Finals, where you play the Mei with the Sig and then you combo it with the DPS. In this case, it's the Symmetra.
Mikey just barely getting out of there, their life intact. Now you're looking back as Vega again being the one to fall. Northwood is continuing to struggle without their Lucio. Try to get in there, farm some of that ultimate percentage, but it feels like a ping pong ball that Mikey has become. It's just back and forth trying to get out of there, but the only way you're getting out of there is back into the spawn room.
Yeah, this Mei that Maimon is playing is going to be extremely tough for Mikey to deal with. I almost feel like at this point you'd be like, just stay away from the Mei, because not only do you apply that 20% less healing that we've talked about that these DPS have gotten, but you slow down the Wrecking Ball and don't allow Mikey to get out so easily. So it has to be like your red alert, like stay away from Maimon.
Northwood seeing whatever attack they can go through. Could rely on the rocket pulse bomb to get them something here, but it needs to be done well, and well, not quite enough, but it did do the damage for the rest of Northwood to be able to capitalize on top of that and start clearing their way through. That's a lot that you can ask for just off the back of one ultimate, Ray.
Oh, could not ask for a better engage and attack there. Rocket, you not only do you get all that damage, but once again, you're just not able to heal that up in time. And with these Wrecking Ball dive compositions, everyone's syncing up. They're already low from the pulse bomb, and they can't get healed up fast enough because of that 20% less heals. So very well played by Northwood. And now they kind of turn this map back on its head because they were able to do that with just that one ult, as you mentioned.
But here is ISU with 4 of their own, and it is a Blizzard with a Gravitic Flux to combo with each other. It's good enough to take out Mikey, but not good enough to save the life of Lethal. They are going to go right back over, and of course, Northwood without a tank, you've lost the tip of the spear to engage in on these fights. You really don't want to go into that death pit.
No, you don't, especially when there's a Mei on point, and the Symmetra will be back very soon, but they fight Skyle!
They fight it. They get Skyle before they were able to be saved by Admiral Sound Barrier. And now it is all breaking loose inside of this pagoda. Rocket coming up big, taking down all in their sight lines. Northwood, it felt like they lost it, but just as quickly getting it back.
I mean, but getting all the way up to 82% is going to be a big boom for the Redbirds. However, Northwood once again able to win these re-engages with very little ult commitment. Only costs them the trans and the tactical visor. So they have a lot of tools in their chest to try and match this percentage. ISU has to hope they get a lot of value out of this incoming amp matrix from Skyle.
Rocket playing it safe, but now they're looking at the window in front of them. Vega seeing an opportunity to make sure that the team is safe. You just roll right through it. Walk past the window and roll right over Illinois. Again, it's these little minute moments where one ultimate is gaining so much value, it feels like, for this team.
Yeah, and I feel like if you are the side of ISU, you've got to get out or die. You cannot continue to stagger here because you're only going to have one more chance to keep your hopes alive on this map. Ariel now going to swap over to the Diva, which I think is a pretty smart choice. You're going to have this ability, especially with those micro missiles, to be able to limit a lot of what Mikey is doing on this Wrecking Ball. But the thing is, with this defense matrix, you have to be looking out for Rocket and Haven. Those they just put so much damage and so much pressure onto the team.
All right, we're starting to have last opportunities incoming now and into overtime, but Lethal, in the attempt to bring us into overtime, had to be the sacrificial lamb to make that happen here. A Blizzard is going to keep Mikey locked down, but guess what? Mikey's gone. No way did that Bulls Bomb just do that. Admiral's out of here, and now for Illinois State University on its literal last 2 legs. Not much left to work with here. Nothing left to work with. Northwood Blue showing up in a massive way here on our first map of Nepal. And Ray, not only that, we didn't mention this is ISU's map pick.
Yeah, and that big mistake on Sanctum is now looming very heavily for for ISU not touching that point. Now they lose the map because of this, and it's, I mean, all things considered, Northwood is playing extremely well. This Wrecking Ball composition, Mikey is just flexing his stuff on the ball, and Rocket is doing an incredible job of following up on him. But even when they're not coordinating dives, he is constantly putting pressure onto these support players and not allowing them to be able to just free heal a lot of this Brawl team, that, you know, the Sigma, the May, and keeping them alive.
Yeah, and we're seeing the brawl happening in all angles between these two, especially on the first sub-map of Sanctum. The heartbreaking moment, though, Ray, where it's just sneaked away from them. Miscommunication, error, whatever happening there. And for ISU, especially going into the second sub-map, felt like they were in such control at the beginning, but Northwood Blue, a little bit of time was all that they needed, and they just managed to get so much value time and time again out of what felt like a single ultimate every time, it felt like, for sure. And so for Northwood Blue being able to take this first map, ISU, you know, going into the second one has a lot to prove here to us.
I couldn't agree with you more. Adjustments have to be made on the side of ISU to try and deal with this potent Wrecking Ball composition, because the old adage is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think going forward, we're going to continue to see Mikey more of it and more often. And I mean, you will get the pick of what escort map you want to go to. I mean, do you take it to a map where you limit the Wrecking Ball a little bit, or do you bring in a tank? I mean, Ariel's not really known for playing the Wrecking Ball as much. Do you bring in someone like a Kuffa to possibly play that?
And the interesting thing is that we have gotten the chance to see ISU playing these dive style compositions. We know that they're very capable of it, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we do eventually lead towards something that could potentially give them another dive-centric escort map that they feel like they can flex a little bit better on. Once again, though, Nepal was their choice. Nepal was where they wanted to go, and they were so dogged on sticking with that Sigma composition. And it was working really well up to a certain point, but the consistent disruption that Northwood kept applying to ISU, that once they got them outside of the gazebo, once they got them outside of the tight and close quarters of that small arena in the second sub-map, wasn't really a moment where they managed to grab themselves back. And of course, that's still leading back to our initial conversation topic point of that first sub-map and how it ended in disaster for ISU, especially when you consider they probably could have gotten it then and there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we even saw as that gong rang and Northwood took the map, they got a kill on, I don't remember who it was. It might have been the Lucio for Northwood. They got a kill onto someone. So they were definitely, there was a good chance they were going to win that sub map, and then we'd be on the Sanctuary map right now, and who knows what would have happened. But, you know, can't change much about the past as we look forward into the series, heading to Escort for the second map type. I mean, just thinking about the maps that could possibly be picked, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Junkertown did get a rework on this patch for First Point. It's got like a nice little water tower now. It's got a nice little building out in the open on the First Point. But I feel like because it's like new, you haven't had enough scrim time on the new version of it, so we probably don't see teams pull out that map yet. Probably sticking to more maps that are close to home, your Dorados of the world. I mean, we did see in that warm-up scrim, Ariel playing some Winston on Esperanza. So I mean, Winston's very well versed on Dorado, so maybe they look to go there. Rialto is always going to be a very heavily favored map if you want to go and keep Ariel on the Diva, because that's another big hero coming in this patch that people are theorizing is Diva playing very well.
Well, Ray, we gotta stop. We gotta put the brakes on real quick because we do have our map choice, and again, we're getting another fantastic map. I hope you still like Nepal, by the way, because we're staying there. We're going to the Shambali Monastery for our second map, our escort map. Again, the choice of ISU. Whatever decision they're making here, I mean, you think about the way that Shambali Monastery is played, you can still have that kind of poke-centric map style. It still has those really long sightlines, those really long engagements. There's also moments where you could see the dive working as well, especially when you're starting to climb up the summit toward the monastery.
Yeah, which to me says they don't want to play much Wrecking Ball. Shambhali's not really known for having a lot of open area for Wrecking Ball to be able to play. It's just a lot of long corridors, easy sightlines to kind of poke and pick them out. This tells me they're wanting to continue to play this Sigma-based composition. I mean, the two main heroes we've seen on this map throughout time, you know, at the top tiers are Sigma and Ramatra. So those are the two heroes I'm looking at coming into this next map tank-wise.
And obviously, we saw a lot of Sigma from Nepal. And like we've been saying time and time again, Shambali is just leaning towards that Sigma style composition. If we've seen it, it was working up to a certain point. It was just like, once again, when Northwood was able to cause that disruption and force them out into the open, right? Where sort of that brawlier styled nature of what they were working with on that Sigma May, you take that away from them, it becomes a lot harder to find the exact points to apply the pressure to the team that you're looking for here. Shambali Monastery is an interesting choice and another map pick that I'm really excited to see. And Ray, you know, I don't think we've also talked enough about Season 9 itself and all of the sweeping changes that have come through, right? Increased bullet hitboxes, new DPS passive, passive healing for everyone, right? It does not matter your role anymore at this point. There's a lot of different things going on here, and you have to think about the composition style that is being played by ISU and why they're thinking it's going to work so well against Northwood.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this patch, I felt like everyone knew Tracer had an opportunity to be extremely strong. And then when we found out projectile sizes were also going to get bigger, it's just so easy for Tracer to be able to get into the backlines and look to one clip of support or a DPS because they can't heal as much. Your projectiles are easier to hit. And then, you know, if you ever get into that duel, you just step away from it for, 5 seconds and you're just going to get that healing back and you'd be right back in it, got your blinks back and you're ready to go. So Tracer, that's why we've seen so much of that from both of these teams so far. But for the side of ISU trying to combat this Wrecking Ball, the big reason why Sig has been theorized as being a very strong tank right now is the buff he got. All tanks got some sort of buff, whether it was 75 extra health, 50 shields, 25 health. It would be split up in some way. Sigma got 75 shields. So the shields regen on their own, plus the health can regen. So Sigma can regain a lot of his health back very quickly. And he has a shield that can limit a lot of these strong hit scans right now. Your Ashes, your Widows, your Soldiers. And, if you get into trouble and you feel like, you're going to die, you have that kinetic grasp to eat and get a bunch of health back. So they're trying to use that to combat the Wrecking Ball. Because if the Wrecking Ball comes in and goes for a slam, you have that accretion rock to hit on them that allows your DPS to get some key shots onto him and not allow Wrecking Ball to get out easy because then he's limited on the heals and you can finish him off easier.
Yeah, we saw that happen a lot. Where Mikey was just in these situations thinking that they're going to be able to escape, right? But you get the healing, that 20% extra healing debuff, it is kind of noticeable, and it's something that you really do need to keep in the back of your mind. If a DPS hits you even once, it applies that debuff. That creates a lot of chaos, and especially even more so when you have something applying that consistent pressure, like what we had out of the May or Rocket on that Tracer. But now we're about to head into Shambali Monastery. Northwood Blue up 1 against Illinois State University. The Redbirds down, but not out. Still has a long road to go before we get onto that match point, but their map choice once again, Shambali Monastery.
And both those maps on Nepal were extremely close. Essentially, both of them were 99 to 99. So you cannot count out these Redbirds just yet. They are going to continue to stick to their guns. As I talked about talking to their coach Light before the game, nobody knew for sure exactly what the meta is going to round out to even a month from now. Like, yes, we're seeing Wrecking Ball and Sigma right now, but in a month, who knows? Maybe Diva is what the main thing is and what everyone's landed on. So in these first couple weeks, while everyone's still trying to figure things out, they're sticking to their guns, and this is what they're at right now with this Sigma.
Northwood starting on the attack. Quick choice of Widowmaker from Haven. May be able to take the head off of someone here, but eerily similar compositions once more. Mikey, not really too perturbed about getting frozen, just waltzing their way right back out of there, up on the high ground, applying a smidge of pressure and going to force the DPS and the two supports that are right there away from this before rolling right back in and trying to corral Aerial towards the rest of the DPS and into the waiting arms of Haven. It's just as simple as that sometimes. You look over to your right, Haven is taking heads off just like that.
Yeah, absolutely insane, and that's great, especially when you're playing against a Wrecking Ball. You have to look at so many things from so many different directions. You have a Wrecking Ball Mikey in your face, then Rocket's coming at you from another angle on this Tracer. Then you have a Haven who's looking to pop your head on the Widow. So I think this is a well-designed, especially to break through this first point when you knew ISU was going to play more of a brawl and look to hold you close. Use that Widow, find the picks. Now they're on that Ashe right now.
Still another opportunity for ISU to stop Northwood Blue in their tracks. Haven keeping a very watchful eye on that window, and for anyone who dares to peek in their way, but taking a lot of damage themselves, they force them off of that. As we see Mikey trying to dip into the backline, becoming a smidge more difficult for that to become a reality. We do have Rocket on that pulse bomb, and look at how quickly Rocket always builds up to this. But Vega being that initial pickoff here is just going to send Northwood Blue reeling into a different direction. Haven to follow, and finally for ISU, a chance to breathe.
Yeah, being able to dig their heels in on this corner of this long corridor, it's going to be tough for Northwood to be able to push into this with the Wrecking Ball. There's just not a lot of room for Mikey to be able to work with, as we see Maimon just on a little side quest here, trying to, looks like maybe spawn camp somewhat and not allow them to get back to their team in time.
Maimon knows Mikey's around here somewhere. You can see them looking around frantically. Any opportunity to save themselves. Look at how much damage is being done here. Lethal, quick Deadeye, Vega on the ground, the Accretion Rock sending them to their knees, and then the Deadeye just to finish things off here. This Cowboy is rootin' tootin', Cowboy shooting. Northwood Blue is out of here.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about Lethal, but he brings so much experience. He was on the London Spitfire at one point, was on Redbirds before he was on London Spitfire. He's back when they were, Gig and Vision and all the sorts. So he has a lot of history with this school, back at them once again, and he's got this new roster. They're looking to do a lot of great things, and he's already shown up big on the Cassidy.
Both teams have a bevy of ultimates built up. ISU obviously in a really good position to be able to defend themselves with what they do have right now. The engagement has begun. Vega popping their own ultimate, trying to stop this with whatever they can on that amplification matrix. Yeah, poor Haven all the way back here, but up in the air, that's exactly what they needed. That bird's eye view to pop the Helix rocket into Lethal's face. But if Aerial is alive, there is still a chance for the Redbirds to hold on here or try to shave off as much time as they possibly can. Aerial's gone, done and dusted, and a quick pulse bomb from Rocket is going to, it's a back and forth on these pulse bombs, but somehow, some way, ISU has rebuked Northwood.
Yeah, Ariel being able to hold as long as they did on that Sigma to allow Lethal, who's now on the Sombra, to come back and get that big hack onto Rocket was absolutely insane. As Haven's trying to chase down
so
Maimon,
close.
and they go down.
Which is still 2 meters away. Maimon so desperate to pick up that med pack. Unfortunately, the desperation wasn't quite there, but less than 10 seconds to go. Northwood Blue right in front of where they need to be. It's time for whatever they have in them. No ultimates. This fight is dry as it can be. A DPS for a DPS, a trade, a pick for a pick, but things are looking deadly. Mikey needs to get out of there and regroup to find that chance to breathe life into Northwood once more. Haven, Lethal running back to rejoin the group, but Northwood is grinding their teeth against this composition. Vega caught out, but Skyle is going to be another casualty. It is still back and forth between these two teams. The Mine are on the field, but it's still Lethal proving to us that their experience coming in massive ways. What a round one here, Ray.
Holding strong do the Redbirds of ISU. And that was just very well played all across the board. Maimon on the Tracer, just continuously being that nuisance in the back and just staying alive and in the fights to continue to apply that healing reduction and making Redbirds be able to get their players back. And then Lethal making key swaps, you know, coming back on the Sombra, getting that key hack on the Rocket to get him down, then coming back on the Soldier and applying the pressure with just, it's insane what we're seeing out of ISU. The question is, I mean, can they continue to do this on the attack? It is some much needed momentum after dropping that first map, which I'm sure they feel very disappointed in. But that is a strong showing on Shambali from ISU.
It really is. And to echo what you stated a little earlier, Ray, right? You think about the way that this composition for Redbirds is working, this Sigma poke style, so much better. You are looking at these longer sight lines that Northwood Blue is trying to use the Wrecking Ball on, but Mikey doesn't really have anywhere to go. And if they get caught out, if they can't get away, if they can't escape, Redbirds just collapse on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a clinic of how these two compositions go after each other. Sigma wanting to keep that space, keep those sight lines, allow Lethal on, you know, whether he's on the Cassidy, whether he's on the Soldier, allow him to have that distance and be able to just free fire onto some of these targets for Northwood. And it's the complete opposite for the side of Northwood. You're looking to get Mikey and Rocket on top of this composition and not give them any kind of room to breathe. And both sides have had their times to shine. It was just ISU shined a little bit brighter on that defense.
And now we're going to see how the ball composition is going to work on this defense. Look at what almost happened to Mikey. A perfect accretion rock from Ariel. And they just chew through the health bar, it feels like. And even still, Rocket is under a lot of pressure of their own. And Haven, during these sightlines, may be able to get off a couple of pot shots, right? But it doesn't feel like anything more than that. Maimon, though, you look towards what they're doing, CJ's not going to have any of that.
Yeah, that's one thing you have to be very wary of if you're a Tracer. Those increased projectile sizes for the Zen, just charge up and you are looking at death in the face. Oh, Mikey once again.
See, this is what's happening. Mikey, they want to go back and they want to keep poking at this. But with the amount of health that they were so loosely working with, they didn't have any of that armor. It's just, they're gone, right? They are out of here. And Lethal, my goodness, headshot after headshots.
However, that is However, lots of time taken off the clock, and you use the high noon there if you're Lethal. So that's a key ultimate off the board. If Northwood, you got to feel good about how much time you took off the clock. Still, 2.5 minutes, and Redbirds only have to win one more fight, and they're coming up on the other 4 ultimates they didn't use in that fight. So it's going to be pivotal for Northwood. CJ has to build up to this trans.
Oh, the Rocket pulse bomb going far too wide. And this time, Maimon is going to get their revenge. And guess what? They still have this pulse bomb to work with. Look at the juiciest target of who they want. And whatever this Kitsune rush on that Bob is going to do may not be enough. You're keeping Bob alive as best you can and draw as much time as you can. But there was no hope for Northwood. Illinois State clapping back 1-1 now in this series.
And to me, this is going to be a big story as this series progresses, Sam, is Maimon versus CJ. Maimon has tried to be a nuisance as the Tracer on this backline, applying a bunch of pressure to CJ, and they've been kind of going at it back and forth. We saw at the beginning of this map, CJ got a big charge shot and took down Maimon, but there at the end, when I said CJ needed to build up to that transcendence to try and keep Northwood in this fight on Shambali, Maimon gets on top of him and finds the kill. I think that's going to be a key matchup going through the rest of the series, is CJ versus Maimon.
I want to go back to ISU's Lethal's Cassidy choice real quick, right? When you think about Shambali Monastery, again, closer corridors, tighter, ways of these lanes that are being played, this kind of feeds into the way that Cassidy is used. And you think about it, especially with Haven on the Ashe. You have the Ashe versus the Cassidy and this poke style going on here. But Lethal's able to get away with so much more, it felt like. And then we talk about what you're doing to CJ on that Zenyatta. If they come out there, Lethal can descend upon them. But if they go and try to have that safety, well, guess what? Maymon's going to be right there waiting in the wings for you. And so this is putting a lot of pressure on CJ with this Zenyatta to try and protect themselves and put themselves in the good positioning. And that also kind of forces Northwood into this situations where they need to peel for their Zenyatta to keep them alive. A lot going on here for Shambali. But I mean, Ray, we're looking at 1-1 already in this series. This is exactly what we wanted out of these two teams.
Yeah, they are just going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. It's been, both maps have come down to the wire. Nepal and Shambali, extremely close. Can't wait to see how this series progresses. But let's everyone take a breath, grab a snack, get a drink, because this series is just heating up. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. If you're just joining here on week 2 of Overwatch 2 NECC, well, you have missed some amazing games between our two competitors, Illinois State University up against Northwood Blue, sitting at a 1-1 series so far here, Ray. Our first map being Nepal going in the way of Northwood, second map, Shambali Monastery for the Redbirds. And so we're getting new ideas here in Season 9 of what compositions are looking like. Ball versus Sigma. Right now, well, Ball versus Sigma is 1-1.
Yeah, it's been a great battle between Mikey and Ariel on the ball and the stick. Ariel has just done a fantastic job of every time Mikey goes in, making sure they have the accretion rock ready to nail him and allow the team to focus up on him and either kill him or force him out to where he's not doing anything in the fight. So it was very well played, but we do have a swap coming in on the side of Northwood. Mikey has gone to the bench, and they are now bringing in Cowman, which makes me think they could be matching Ariel on the Sigma, or, you know, they're just looking to not play, you know, this Wrecking Ball or this Winston or this Orisa-based stuff that Mikey would be best at.
Yeah, seeing these kind of compositional switches from Northwood, seeing if they can potentially match up against the Sigma. And I mean, Suravasa, again, one of those kind of maps that I, in my opinion, tighter corridors lends itself a little bit better towards these poke style compositions, but that's also the beauty of Flashpoint, right, Ray? Is that you go to these different style arenas, you go into what can be claustrophobic to what can be open sightlines, and it's all about how you take advantage of them going in between the sort of flashpoints themselves.
Yeah, my question is just going to be for Northwood. How are they going to adjust coming into this map? Are they coming out with like a new kind of composition, like where they play more of like a Ramatra Brawl? Do they match the Sigma? I mean, Cowman's an extremely flexible player, has, you know, been, you know, building his way up in the contenders scene and has been a great mainstay here at Northwood, playing in collegiate. And it looks like, just giving you a little preview, he is locking the Sigma as we sit and stand right now.
Oh man, Rocket was hovering over New Farah. I would have loved to have seen that. A lot of changes came to her. A little bit of a rework. So, but Tracer, it's gonna be Tracer again. Northwood Blue, really the only big difference that we're seeing out of here is obviously Cowman on the Sigma. But I mean, ISU, sort of a brand new look for them.
Yeah, I was curious if they were going to roll out on this, and they are going to have Ariel go over to the Ramatra. I mean, still a very talented player on this hero, which is going to be interesting because they're now going to look to try and get into the face of Cowman on this Sigma and give him no room to have space in a free fire onto this team. But they're doing a great job because they have a Lucy of their own in Northwood, so they're using it to counter-rotate away because Lethal is on this Bastion, and if they allow him to get off a good turret for him, he's going to be lethal, all right.
Oh yeah, he's going to chew right through those health bars like it was nothing. And there you have it, the wall goes up. That's going to add just so many extra wrinkles. Thankfully, Cowman was able to dip down onto the ground below, but look at the pressure that ISU is able to apply to this team. Still a little bit longer working towards that turret form. And Lethal, well, there's no turret form. It is just a disassembled Bastion on the ground. Northwood Blue playing the very patient game against ISU, collapses onto them, gets rid of them. Towards Maimon being the last target here. Get rid of them. You got a point.
Yeah, that's going to be the big issue for the side of ISU is if they don't find massive picks with that tank configuration form from Lethal, Northwood's just going to have all the purpose and all the space with that Lucio to push forward and go focus him down as we saw in that re-engage from them. So you have to take full advantage of it when it's up and when it's rolling.
Another opportunity here for ISU to try and make that work. But again, Northwood knows when to engage and knows when to back out. That is a lot of pressure on Cowman, but this is kind of the perks of being Sigma, is that you can stand up to this Bastion style composition. Is Lethal has been found out by Rocket. The Tracer is just continuing to be this menace that ISU is falling prey to.
Yeah, and that's the big issue for me with Lethal. I mean, he's going to swap over to the Cassidy now. But on the Bastion, in my experience, I think Sigma is a very well-suited tank to mitigate a lot of what Bastion does with that tank configuration. You save both your shield and your kinetic grasp for it, and you basically mitigate the entire thing as point one goes in the favor of Northwood Blue. As I mentioned, Lethal's now over on that Cassidy. We saw what he was able to do back on Shambali Monastery on this Cassidy. Will he be able to find those shots once again? Rocket's going to have to be very careful because of that.
Absolutely, but Northwood Blue are going to be the first ones to make their way onto that flashpoint. Not only that, but they have so many ultimates. What a stick! It's going to blow up the immortality field, but now that's one less thing here for Northwood to worry about, especially when you consider the rest of the ultimates that this team can work with. Maimon is going to push away Illinois State University and trying to freeze them out in that blizzard, and Lethal is already rootin' and tootin'. Fastest gun in the West. Cowman is gone, but Northwood is not done by any means whatsoever. They brought in their secret weapon, the Butler Bob, and what a weapon it is, going nuclear here. ISU looked like they had it all in their hands. Like tears in the rain. Gone.
Yeah, it did force Northwood to have to commit a lot of ultimates to that fight, but Redbirds also had committed a lot of their own. So if you're Northwood, it really doesn't matter. It's just a wash at that point. You win the first fight. I mean, the only thing you're gonna have to be very weary of is you did have to use that sound barrier in that fight from Vega. So this annihilation coming in from Ariel is going to be deadly.
Maybe if the Gravitic Flux can catch Lethal, that was just easy pick'ems for Haven. And that is going to completely defang Illinois State again. Ariel could use the Annihilation, but I mean, your entire team's gone, and well, you have no health. You're also not alive anymore to do anything about it. Northwood Blue firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, to me, it feels so odd for ISU, who have been sticking to their guns, Sam, playing this Sigma every single map against this Wrecking Ball. And now they come into Saravasa and they're just hard stuck on this Ramacha, even when Northwood is matching them on the Sigma. You think that would just be a big dub for them to get them to match.
Again, this Pulse Bomb is going to take on the Immortality field, win that one there. And Lethal winning out in this dueling matchup against Haven, the Peacekeeper, hitting with the rifle. Ariel's Annihilation didn't really get much kills out of it, but it did, at the very least, force Northwood off inside of overtime. Now you're looking to get into the face of Cowman, but the wall comes up, separates them, and actually saves Cowman just in the nick of time.
Yeah, very unfortunate timing coming out from Maimon, but Illinois is going to have the ultimates to continue to hold here. Ant Matrix comes out from CJ, though.
Going to be delayed just a smidge here, and another amplification matrix across the way. A little bit better for Northwood, but of course it's going to go away just a little quicker. And Rocket on that tracer, it seems like the Cassidy is the perfect remedy that has been plaguing Illinois State University. And where Northwood had the stranglehold on this flashpoint, that 99% so tantalizingly close, not so much anymore.
Yeah, all coming down to one fight. We're going to be in a 3-ult battle between these two teams. I'm looking at Maimon. Got to find a really good spot to put this Blizzard on and try and mitigate what Vega can get out of this sound barrier.
Oh, perfect wall comes up, completely denies Bob, and now Maimon is forcing Northwood Blue to pump out the sound barrier in an answer to the Blizzard. But Haven has answers of their own. It's going to be one headshot. Quick Gravitic Flux, but Cowman, just at the worst possible moment, wanting to use the Accretion Rock, sets the way up for Lethal to find massive value off of that Deadeye. It's still, though, Northwood to try and fight their way through, but Lethal, well, it's in their name, Ray.
What a comeback from ISU. Lethal setting up the big play. Getting Cowman off the field was a big deal. There's a lot of damage off the play. You don't have to deal with those accretion rocks anymore. Sigma can just be so pesky to deal with. And just look at Cowman's ult charge. He was coming up on that flux. So that was a key target to get off the field for Lethal. So, I mean, he's the hero of that fight.
Oh, but you also have to think about it. That was like the thinnest of margins, the slimmest of time. Lethal didn't have much left to work with on that Deadeye, and it was just in that split-second moment where you have to trust in yourself and trust in your team that it actually all worked out. Maimon winning out in the Tracer duel. Northwood Blue Gonna see if they can find something out of the Cowman Gravitic Flux, but you bring in Ariel, and really what more are you gonna be able to grab outside of that, especially with Lethal doing what they do best and decimating the competition.
Man, Lethal,
Still going
it feels
on
like
a
he felt the call of his name, and he's like, all right, I got y'all. I'm gonna put on a show on this Cassie right now. But it's them in tandem working together, because Lethal's being able to keep his distance because Ariel is able to continue to keep this pressure up on this Ramatra and just be that stalwart wall. And my mom continuously is going to be this pest in the backline, continuing to hit damage and not allow them to be constantly healed up to full.
It's looking like Haven was so close to grabbing Lethal, but here is another Deadeye. This is really just going to zone them out. Not looking too much for the kills here just yet. Now rotate back over to this point. Illinois State University now in the 60% marker. Rocket has the Pulse Bomb ready to go, but time and time again, like we've been saying, it's just not finding the Immortality field over and over. Thankfully, Cowman is going to pick up one of their own, but Admiral is going to dip into the backlines to get rid of Haven. But guess what? Bob is still there. Bob is on autopilot. Bob is getting the work and the job done for Northwood Blue. Just good enough for the rest of the team to be able to capitalize on. 85% ISU got before Northwood takes over.
Very smart of Ariel on that Ramatra to realize, like, look, we got this to one fight territory. Let's not pop this annihilation here. We live to fight another day. We just have to win one fight. However, the big equalizer for that ultimate is online for Vega, who's one of the best main supports we have available to us in this NA region, ready to counter with this sound barrier.
This is going to be very precarious for both of these teams. Whichever one's able to take the point here is going to be on that match point. One more to go is name the game here. Ariel looking for the right timing on this annihilation. Just haven't been able to find it just yet. And they don't really need to take the point too quickly from Northwood. They can set themselves up for this right opportunity. They can afford themselves. But here is Amplification Matrix. Ariel so low. What a boop ray. Out goes every single threat. In comes the Pulse Bomb. Blows up the Immortality field. But really at that point, you're just looking to add the insult to injury. Northwood Blue playing it so patiently. Patience pays off. They are now on match point.
Again, I mean, it's the story of these tracers, man. Rocket that time, the big hero, applying so much pressure to the side of Illinois State, but CJ popping that amplification matrix as well at the perfect time to set things up. And quietly, Haven has been having himself a game on this Ashe. I feel like every time we go into a fight, Sam, he's got Bob online. The amount of damage she's throwing down onto this field is ridiculous.
And not only that, but Northwood is going to go into this still with Vega's sound barrier. And so anything starts to go sideways, they really want to make sure that they grab this point. But Cowman, oh, there's no more. They just wanted to go ahead and in its initial moments, just dip around on the other side of that, put your arms up, make sure not to get dead-eyed here. It's going to take away a lot of that annihilation, but Skyle's already out of here. But CJ is going to fall to Ariel. So it's back and forth picks from here, but Cowman was the one who initially started things off here. Lethal's gone, and guess what? Haven's still alive, and Haven is still able to start taking these palm shots against Ariel. You're still going to see Ariel with this Nemesis form. With the amount of players left alive, there was no hope for them.
Yeah, as things are starting to get tighter and tighter for ISU, as Northwood is building up this percentage on what could be the point securing lead in this series. Haven's got Bob online once again. Rocket's going to be looming in the back line with that Pulse Bomb, relying heavily on Admiral to make a big play with the sound barrier, and Maimon being able to come through with a fantastically huge blizzard.
Northwood Blue now at 50%. Over halfway there to the victory of Suravasa. And Bob has been called. A Pulse Bomb exploded. But Bob is kind of languishing on the flashpoint. But what you are doing, Ray, is drawing out so much time, so much percentage. Now only just a quarter left to go for Northwood. Locking in Cowman with this blizzard. They almost got out of there. An immortality field to extend their life for just a little bit longer. But Lethal, give me a break, buddy. 3 kills just like that. Northwood is gone, but ISU still has a long road to cover.
Yeah, it's going to be a very uphill battle, but it feels very similar to how the second point went. I mean, Northwood was able to get a lot of percentage initially. ISU was able to come back and patiently use these ultimates slowly but surely and get themselves back. They're going to have to do that once again because they had to use both the Blizzard and the Annihilation in that previous fight. So they have limited resources, but if they can make it work, they're going to put themselves in a great spot going forward.
Northwood Blue, only 5% away. If they can get this flashpoint, this map is theirs. But ISU taking up on ways of their own, 2 massive ultimates to fight back and to punch back with a haymaker onto Northwood. And Lethal now built up to a Deadeye. We know what they are capable of. With that, in comes the amplification matrix. But Lethal looking for that opportunity. The magnetic grenade didn't quite stick to Rocket. And so now, the Annihilation. But Cowman is just going to walk right into it. They need to be so careful. Looking over to the other side, Rocket needing to bail their tank out of this. Here comes the pulse bomb, but Lethal getting out of the way from this nuclear blast. Vega so close to safety, but close is not there. Inside of overtime, Ray, Illinois State from 0 to 100.
This is from 0 to hero at that point as they are going to force a 5th and final point. It is going to come down to Palace, and it is right there. They're going to be able to easily set themselves up on this next point, and because of the patience and just limited and just very smartly rotated ultimates, they now have online that Blizzard Annihilation combo once again. Vega, however, will have this sound barrier, and we've talked about how big these bobs have been for Haven, has another one online. So I think that's one big issue ISU has to deal with. They have not been able to put any pressure on Haven whatsoever.
No, they haven't. Haven's been free firing away, but the good news is that they have this recognition of the power of what Bob has been doing to them. Quick recall from Rocket, but Cowman is pushed forward far enough that Rocket is saved just like that. Here's going to be Bob once more, and now Haven dipping over towards that amplification matrix, back towards the wall. Ariel so close, the Nemesis form keeping their health alive for as long as it can, popping the Annihilation just to keep themselves alive. The fists are up, Bob is out of here, and now to push forward, but Ariel got nothing out of that Annihilation but prolonging their life. But here comes the Blizzard, Cowman frozen inside of it, but Vega bailing out their tank with the sound barrier, but Haven is gone, and Lethal, guess what? Dominating the kill feed once more. If you need to rely on them to do something, they can do it. Rocket putting out the stick, but really at that point, you're not getting any value out of it.
Yeah, I feel like that's an ultimate you're probably going to want back if you're Rocket to have coming into these future fights, because that was an extremely expensive fight for Northwood. That was 4 ultimates committed to that fight. So all they have going forward for the next couple of fights is going to be this incoming Annihilation from Cowman. And look at the tools at ISU's disposal, Sam. Lethal has another high noon available, and they have both of their support ultimates. This is looking up and up for ISU.
Yeah, stonks are rising for Illinois State University. Put them into the Redbirds right now. May have spoken too soon, Caster Curse. Regardless, though, Sky locked in the corner. Haven and Rocket in very dangerous territories, and now Cowman seeing that amplification matrix right in front of them. He ain't missing. Lethal ain't gonna let this go away. And then they see Vega. It's just so easy when you give it right into their waiting hands. Admiral's gonna get in the faces of Northwood, push away Haven off of these perfect sight lines, give the speed boost to bring the demon himself to dismantle the rest of ISU. They cannot get away, but Northwood cannot afford to stagger here. But CJ's out and now sitting at the 97% marker. Ariel's gone though. This may be Northwood's fight to win here. They are gonna get it back. Cowman switching over onto the Doomfist to have that mobility, to have this fight inside of them, but looking over in 20 different directions back over towards their team, they are gone. Northwood still has the point, but Illinois State University, even without a tank, still very scary, very deadly. But Haven is giving us a lot to think about too, with a Bob on the field once more, and on top of that, a pick onto Admiral.
Yeah, and just when I thought it was all over for Northwood, it is now swapped back into their favor. Ant Matrix and Pulse Bomb available, while ISU has no ultimates to be able to use here. They have to win on just pure teamwork.
One last team fight to decide everything, 99 to 99 in overtime, and Lethal is going to do it again. CJ's out of here. So much damage with a stick from Rocket. onto none other than Lethal themselves, sacrificing their lives. It feels like Ariel's gonna jump right on top of them, but pushing back is gonna be Cowman. It's pig for pig, attack for attack. Vega has the sound barrier. Vega is going to see Northwood Blue into map number 3. But Ray, talk about edge of your seat action the entire way through.
What a comeback on that final point from Northwood. And honestly, it was just very unfortunate for the Redbirds. They could not regroup their team in time to find all of those staggers. And while they found that one stagger, they traded out for Ariel. And in that situation, yes, you got their Baptiste, but your tank was off the field. And it's just so hard to win team fights like this in Overwatch without your tank on the field. And, you know, you're able to come back faster on the Doomfist if you're Northwood. And it was just curtains at that point. You used all of your ultimates while Northwood was coming up on the ults of their own. And, man, what a map.
Oh my God, what a map. We saw so many looks out of these teams, too. Really just from the DPS and the tank, but still. I mean, Cowman transitioned from Sigma into Ramantra into Doomfist, and was rocking on all 3 of them. Ariel was dogged on the Ramantra the entire way through up until the very last moments on that Doomfist, and was still finding value out of it once again. And that's not even to talk about Lethal switching from Bastion back over onto the Cassidy. So many different looks from this team, and again, we're still in that flux period of Season 9, Ray, this Wild West, so to speak, where it feels like anything is possible.
Yeah, teams still trying to figure out and find their way in these maps and in this meta. But I mean, so far so good for both of these teams. However, Northwood has put themselves in a position where they are on match point. And we talked about these 2 teams being part of that group of the Elite 4 in this Legends division. So being able to get that win over a fellow member of that top 14 is going to be very good going forward as we progress through the season.
Exactly. And hey, you know what? We have our next map, our next game mode to look forward to, that being Push. We did get actually a chance to take a look at ISU on a Push map, Ray. We had a chance to see them on Esperanza, and they were looking dominant, right? They were looking like they were really in control of how they were playing in that scrim. But of course, you know, translating this into the actual game against Northwood, and especially with the way that Northwood has been playing, right? What could they be leaning towards? What could they be feeling like they're going to find the most success on? We've had the Sigma style, we've had Ramantra, we've had Poke, we've had Brawl.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to the map choice for. I mean, they do have an opportunity to look and ban maps. So if you're Northwood, is there a particular map you are just not feeling coming into this new meta? I mean, if we go to East Bronze, we could see Mikey come back in, play the Wrecking Ball. I mean, Sigma's still always going to be a big namesake on these maps, and Ramantra too. I mean, those are like the main takes we heard coming into this one that would be good. We heard Ramantra, we heard Sig, we heard Diva, and we heard Wrecking Ball is like the main 4 good tanks. And we've seen all of them today in different situations. So I think any of these 3 push maps we're coming into is going to lend itself beautifully. I mean, Ramantra would do very well on Coliseo. Sigma's always going to be good on Coliseo with those long sight lines. Excuse me. Same with like a new Queen Street. If we do get to Esperanza, again, I think Sigma, I think Wrecking Ball, so maybe Diva if you want to get spicy, maybe some Winston. So it's just going to be, how do these teams feel in this situation? If you're Redbirds, what do you feel is working the best for you, and which map is going to provide that landscape to be able to play that?
Yeah, it's a lot of different questions that we have in the air. But I mean, the look of ISU is still phenomenal, right? That was a map that went the entire distance, that went the whole way, literally 99 overtime on point number 5. So it's not like Redbirds isn't playing at their absolute phenomenal peak. Well, you also do got to remember that this is still a roster that's in that formation stage, that coagulation stage, and still working and gelling together to figure out the right momentum with each other. But I mean, looking at these early initial looks from them, this is a team that's going to be reckoned with. But let's not even talk about what Northwood Blue is accomplishing right now. They're standing toe to toe with, again, a team with pedigree such as this.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane seeing both of two teams just littered with so much talent, from Overwatch League, from contenders, the best of the best that NAEU, even Australia with Kuffa being on the bench has to offer. So going forward in this series, I'm just looking to continue to see great Overwatch from both these teams. Selfishly, as a caster, I'd love for us to be going to a 5th or a 6th map, but I'm sure if you're Northwood, you're like, hey, no, we're finishing this right here, right now.
Yeah, they wanna get things done, and well, maybe Northwood could get things done on our next map, Ray. We do have that confirmed, locked in, ready to go, and well, I hope you're ready to go. The Coliseum itself of Coliseum.
Yeah, and to me, that still doesn't even tell us what exact compositions we're going to see out of these teams. As I mentioned, I think both the Ramatra and the Sigma play very well on this map, and we've seen both the teams play these compositions very well. I mean, Ariel stuck on that Ramatra for the entirety of Suravasa, but everything up until then, they were playing Sigma. Cowman played Sigma and Ramatra basically half and half on that map. So it's going to be up in the air to what we see from these teams. One thing I do think we're going to see is I think we're going to continue to see Haven on this Ashe, because so far ISU has not had an answer and have not been able to stop him from just keeping his sightlines and being able to continuously take shots, get damage, and throw in bobs.
And we've been talking a lot about Haven as well, but the Tracer Rocket has also been phenomenal. I mean, the amount of sticks that this Tracer was landing, forcing out immortality fields. And when you think about it, right, you're like, okay, whatever. They get an immortality field. The entire team's still alive, right? But that takes away so much of ISU's agency, right? That takes away so many different ways that they can keep their tank alive. And especially when you consider this new patch that we're on, this new season that we're in, where DPS are more deadly and tanks are under so much more assault, not only through the bigger hitboxes, but the reduced healing that they get. That immortality field is so very important. And then you think about the fact that Northwood was able to grab Rocket from Fisher. There's so much that Northwood has going on right now, and it feels like the cohesiveness with this team is just immaculate.
Couldn't agree with you more. Rocket, again, not only immortality fields, but we've seen him force out, I mean, when they swapped over to Kiriko at one point, forcing out Suzu's. So just key cooldowns continuously, time and time again. It's been a great tracer duel between Rocket and Maimon, because it felt like, as I mentioned, Maimon had done a great job at limiting CJ a lot when he was playing Zen, but Rocket, he hasn't been as flashy, and you haven't seen like the big kills on the kill feed, but he's been forcing out so many key things out of Redbirds to allow the rest of the team to swoop in and finish things off.
Ray, I'm waiting here with bated breath though. Coliseum, what could potentially be our final map of the evening, Northwood Blue in the lead, 2-1 against Illinois State University. They are on match point. They are so very close to being able to take this matchup against ISU. Both of these teams, by the way, having only dropped one map so far against both of the teams that they've played against. And so here for Northwood, if they can continue that momentum going forward, Illinois State University, they got to go back to the drawing board. That much is for sure.
We knew coming into this season, the spring semester of NECC, we had this matchup between these two teams circled on our calendars. We all knew what this matchup was going to mean to decide a lot of seedings going into the playoffs going forward. It could say just either of these teams can make a big statement. For ISU, the pressure's on. This is a win or they're taking the L here. There's no second chances. They have to win this map. And it looks like both teams are committing to this Ramatra, and Lethal is going to match Haven on the Ashe. This is just full-on mirror matches, and I am down for this.
And what is ISU doing here? Lethal up on the high ground right behind Northwood. The sides have been swapped, Ray. You're not cross-eyed. You're not going crazy here. Each of these teams are playing in different areas. Cowman's just gonna jump on top of that. I mean, the full-on mirror matchup. Which team has the nerves of steel to stand on top? Haven has been dominant on this Ashe so far, but now they're standing up against Lethal with an Ashe of their own. Maimon needing to use the ice wall, not really so much catching Cowman out, but it does protect Aerial to give them a moment for their health to come back. Oh, Lethal landing some nasty headshots, but Northwood Blue is still alive. Cowman not in the place where they want to be. Immortality Field now forced out from CJ. The bot is being decimated right now, it feels like. But for both of these teams, neither one really able to gain the foothold just yet. Really nice place to be able for the amplification matrix. Now we have both of the sound barriers. We have Bob, but for Lethal is going to be the one to stand tall against Haven, and more importantly, ISU to take the bot.
What an insane first fight coming out from both of these teams. Unfortunately, the Bob is just the ceiling of the deal for ISU to start getting some progress on this robot. But that's going to be the one advantage Northwood has to try and re-engage here, is being able to use this Bob. And Rocket's got a lead on Maimon with this Blizzard. So they have an opportunity, a small window, Sam, to come in with this Blizzard and make something happen before Maimon has it online.
ISU still slightly on the ledge. Northwood gonna try and take the fight on the bridge now. Here comes the Rocket Blizzard. Ariel's gonna pop the Annihilation, but even throughout all of that, and an Immortality Field to go along with it, not gonna be good enough. And then just the icing on top. Admiral's gone, Skyle's gone, Lethal's being hunted down. Northwood and start pushing themselves.
42 meters gained for ISU, however, which got to be feel pretty good. I mean, they did have the Blizzard advantage over you. They took advantage of that small window I talked about and were able to take the fight victory because of it. The only thing that you got to feel bad about is committing the Annihilation to that fight, and that's going to be tough sledding coming in this next fight. As Ariel, however, did a great job of forcing Haven off of that high ground.
Forcing Haven off of that high ground, even more pivotal with the fact that Haven does have that Bob. Bot's still making some of the progress, but ISU is going to meet them so much more closer than where Northwood was able to get against ISU. So trying to hold on for as best as they can, see if they can get anyone off that high ground and continue to gain some of that precious meterage here. Haven seeing what Bob is going to be capable of. Maimon putting up the ice wall, but at their backs is going to be Rocket applying some pressure here from themselves. Another Blizzard is going to come forth. Lethal again. These mirror matchups are just going to be dominated by them. Up on this high ground, quick coach gun to give them a better view of their targets, and they are ripping the competition apart.
It really feel like, Sam, Lethal, came to this map. It was like, all right, Haven, listen, you're a very talented Ashe player, but I am known for my hit scan and my ability to play these types of heroes. So I'm going to take you in this duel, and I am going to take it to you. As Lethal's now going to have this Bob online to use in this next fight, and just free cart distance for ISU to continue to gain here as the Bob's thrown out by Lethal.
Oh, Cowman. That got so dangerously close for them. They stay alive, but Northwood is just gaining so much free real estate at this point. Looking like they're going to get very close to the butt scratch mode, maybe contested at the last possible second, and now Rocket is going to engage in off of the back with that Blizzard. No one caught inside of it, but it did force ISU into a less advantageous position, and Northwood is going to gain space off of that.
Yeah, but they're just being extremely smart. They're just looking to rotate out of there as a full five, take a fight in the middle here, and they're going to be able to counter this incoming, amplification matrix with their sound barrier.
All right, and things have been righted once again. The teams are on their right sides here. Don't go too crazy. Vega does have a sound barrier for when the Annihilation is popped by Aerial, but they also have the Skyle amplification matrix of their own. CJ has one there, both of them being pumped. The sound barriers playing very carefully and close to their chest just for the moment. Aerial does need to dip away, but Cowman can hit that re-engage button once more. This bot feeling at just the standstill right now, Ray, as again, we're in this moment where whoever gets the first pick is going to start things off. And who better to do it than Lethal themselves?
Yeah, absolutely insane. As Lethal's also going to get that immortality field off of the field. And the one thing I need to point out about how that fight ended up going, Sam, was the patience from both of the Lucios, Admiral and Vega. We saw so many ultimates coming across the field. Annihilation from Ariel. We saw 2 amplification matrices from Skyle and CJ. And they just held, knew their teams could keep it together, and now they both have these sound barriers to try and keep their team sustained for this next fight. But however, that's going to be key. The butt scratch mode has just been attained for ISU.
Oh, and here it is, Bob. Lethal looking to let ISU get as much as they possibly can. Bob is going to be the one to stall things out against Northwood. Oh, do you do it, Lethal? 2 headshots back to back, and then Cowman frozen inside of a My Moan Blizzard. Vega's sound barrier going to nobody at this point. Vega is so desperate to catch Lethal out, but wait a minute! A pick for a pick, literally against each other. The projectiles from Vega, as it was coming out of their dead body, takes out Lethal. But guess what? Illinois State University is still in the face of Northwood. Ariel already has another Annihilation online, and now we're in the Thunderdome. It feels like Cowman popping it right back with their Annihilation, and it's time to get into the faces of their opponents. But even throughout all of the ultimates being expended, ISU is still fighting back.
Yes, Admiral has been able to find picks time and time again in these fights. It is absolutely ridiculous, and they were patient. They knew, look, we've already gained 108 meters here. We have our sound barrier and our amp matrix with close spawns. We don't need to look to be aggressive and use these ultimates. We can just play it safe, take a fight in the mid game, and we're going to have ult advantage. Rocket has the Blizzard, doesn't matter. Admiral has the sound barrier.
We're not done yet. Northwood still has that fight left in them, but how much more can you get if Cowman can't move anywhere? They're even right next to their own teammates, Blizzard, but everyone was so far pushed back. When you have Lethal taking the shots that they are, Cowman's mispositioning could cost Northwood massively here.
Yeah, ISU has come back on this map with a vengeance. Cowman is now swapping over to the Orisa to try and use, the ability to mitigate a bunch of damage with the Javelin Spear, the Fortify, and being able to, put targets off course with the Javelin. But is it going to be enough?
Oh, Rocket, so desperate to stay alive through that, but even though they fall, Northwood is picking up the rest of the pieces to throw them back in the faces of ISU. Northwood, they are fighting, but they are running out of time range. Just under 2 minutes now.
Yeah, the one thing is Rocket swapped off of the May 2 is now on the Tracer. So for Northwood, with this Orisa, when you have the Fortify available, it limits a lot of what Maimon can do with that primary fire and slowing you down. So it allows Cowman to get very aggressive with this Orisa here.
Themselves up on the high ground, Maimon looking to take a different position. And rain icicles from up above. As Haven again, these early initial picks, they fall so quickly. And not only that, 99% to the Bob. But it seems like the decision from Rocket to switch over to the Tracer is going to come up massively for them. They can get into the backline, they can disrupt everything, or they could just quite simply, Ray, kill everyone.
The big question, however, Sam, is it too little, too late? They're going to have to string together probably 2 to 3 more team fight wins with only 45 seconds left on the clock. They do have the ultimates on their side, but ISU can just look to play this patiently, build up to a full stack of ultimates of their own, and win this.
Yeah, exactly. You need to ration out these ultimates, and you need to get the maximum value out of this. And again, we look towards Rocket with that pulse bomb. These need to be stuck in the exact perfect way, but Northwood Blue needs to be careful with that amplification matrix. They still have time to wiggle around this, and so they do need to make sure that they are careful. Annihilation, but Cowman is going to try to answer with the Terror Surge, but the Annihilation proving to be too much for this tank to stay alive through. Ariel's Annihilation living up to the name. And if you're ISU, just get off the bot. Don't push it forward any more than it needs to be done. Ray, ISU is going to take Coliseo, and they are going to send us into a full series, map number 5.
And what more can we ask for between these two juggernauts in collegiate? Full series, and who knows, we could still go to a 6th map, Sam, because hybrid is our 5th one, and there's always a draw on the table.
Oh boy, Ray.
Hey, I just like seeing great Overwatch. I'm sorry, I'm a color caster. I love analyzing, so just continuing to see two of the best available to us in collegiate Overwatch going at it head to head in such a close series. It feels like it's a great birthday present.
Happy birthday. Happy Valentine's Day. A little late. But you know what? I do love me some Overwatch, and I couldn't agree with you more here, but looking at this replay and how intense these two teams are going at each other. We were talking about it. You know, ISU had to go to the drawing board, but whatever they drew up absolutely worked out well for them here. And I mean, we can sing the praises of Lethal switching over to that Ashe, or how Ariel has been playing on the Ramatra. That felt so good. It even forced Northwood into these dire straits, into these dire situations. But I feel like we could talk about all of that and more, Ray, after a well-deserved break. So don't go anywhere, chat. We are coming up on map number 5. Illinois State University versus Northwood University. Both of these teams 2-2. One of them walking away the winner, the other the loser. It couldn't end in any other way. It couldn't end on anything but map number 5 between Illinois State University versus Northwood Blue. Welcome back to NECC. By the way, week 2. This is week 2 of Overwatch 2. And Ray, week 2 it's like a volcano, right? It's just erupting with the best of the best of the best of Overwatch.
Yeah, both these teams, and we've talked about the pedigree. We've seen the rosters of these two teams, what both of them bring to the table, and they have just been in a slugfest back and forth. We've seen everything from Wrecking Ball to Sigma to Ramatra to Diva. So as we round into Hybrid, which potentially is our final map. I'm not going to say it is for sure because, you know, we never know what the future holds. But one of these teams is going to be coming out with a big victory. And this is going to be a big mic drop for one of these teams to be able to come out and be like, yeah, we beat them all right. Look at us. We're the ones to be looked at in the challenge, in the Legends division.
Group A of the Legends division really is living up
Mic
to the
drop.
name, living up to the hype. Now we know where this is all going to be taking place on what could be the final map, bar any crazy ties or anything like that. I hope you punch your ticket in because we are going to none other than Blizzard World. This being the choice of Northwood. The final battleground, Ray, where it all comes to a head.
Which is very interesting. I mean, I'm just going to tell you guys right now from what we can see in the lobby, Cowman is staying in. With a map like Blizzard World, to me, that goes either way. You could commit to that Wrecking Ball composition, but at the same time, if Mikey does go in, your Redbirds, you know exactly what they're going to be playing. They're probably either going to be playing Winston or Wrecking Ball, and you can adjust to that. If you have Cowman in, at least there's variety in what you could play. You could play the Sigma. You could play Ram. Cowman can also play Winston. So you never know for sure what you're going to get. So I think it's just smart for Northwood to keep in Cowman just to keep Redbirds on their toes and not know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, being able to disrupt, being able to throw things into chaos. Here's the other interesting thing about Blizzard World, though, right? Is that it's also still a pretty decent map for none other than Ashe themselves. And we've been seeing a lot of what Ashe has been capable of. We have been seeing, obviously, too, a lot of what Mei is capable of. A lot of Mei has been played that we've seen so far here. Didn't quite work out too well for Northwood in the last go-around on Coliseum. So what happened at the end? We saw Orisa being brought out by Cowman, and then we saw Rocket go back to the tried and true Tracer, where they, found a lot of value off of that Tracer, but it's too little too late. It felt like far too gone at that point where they had to string together so many victories in a row. How far ISU pushed, a monumental task for any team, no matter who they are. And so we could be seeing, once again, those similar types of compositions, but whether or not Northwood wants to try and make the Ramatra work with an Mei and the Ashe once again, or if they just want to go swinging right out of the gates, sticking with Rocket on that Tracer, that's also something that, once again, questions in the air and what the adaptation is going to be from the Redbirds and how quickly they're going to answer against that.
I mean, on a map like Blizzard World, I do think we're going to see Lethal and Haven having another Ashe battle. So really, I think on a map like this where it's a lot more open, there's a lot more off angles to take. I expect both of Maimon and Rocket to probably be on Tracer. It's just, this is a really good Tracer map. A lot of ground to work with. So, I mean, again, I think we're just going to see that classic, you know, we talked about it. Rocket is so good at forcing out so many key cooldowns out of Redbirds, but Maimon has just been that pick expert, finding a big support in the backline just when Redbirds need it. So if you are the side of Northwood, and especially on a map like Blizzard World, where Zen comes into play, this is a very good map for Zen. I look back to that matchup between CJ on the Zen and Maimon on that Tracer.
Yeah, right. Going all the way back to Shambhala Monastery, Ray. Felt like a different lifetime at this point with how far that we've come in this series. But it all is starting to come to the head. It is all on Blizzard World. Potentially, right? I'm not gonna say for sure there is that chance of a tie, and I don't want to take away from you, Ray, the possibility of map number 6. But what we are looking at is a tied series, 2-2, Northwood Blue and Illinois State University. Someone is walking away with their first loss for this week. But I know for both of these teams, at the very least, they can walk away knowing that they went the full distance.
As we take a look, I'm going to talk about Northwood first because they are on the defense here. They are going to have Cowman play the Ram, which to me, it's going to say a lot. You know, if you were going to play the Sigma, you're most likely going to be holding high ground and keeping your sight lines up over by like where the little roller coaster is. But with Ram, you're going to want to hold more of this intermediate, smaller high ground behind the point and look to drop down and take fights when ISU starts to push. For ISU, as it sits, they are going to have Ariel play that Sigma, which is no surprise, but Lethal highlighting the Cassidy right now, which I really thought, you know, after the match he just had against Haven on that Ashe, that he was going to continue to take this battle.
I'm guessing that Lethal is looking towards being in this brawlier, pokier nature, wanting to get a little bit up closer and try to take on some of these closer angles. You can already see how fast Lethal wants this high ground and tried to deny that from Northwood having it, but Lethal, oh my goodness, oh my word, the Discord orb on them couldn't have been more than 1 HP. Skyle doing whatever they can to keep their Cassidy up and alive, but across the board, we are seeing both of the Zenyatas in play, but it's always Lethal finding that first blood.
Yeah, time and time again able to find it. The one interesting thing is CJ is on this Ana. He's dead, but going forward in this series, if you're ISU, you have to be very careful of incoming anti-nades. Or, you know, the nade itself, a positive nade on your own team can kind of counteract that passive that the DPS got of limiting the minus 20% heals.
Well, regardless, Illinois State University is going to take control of point A. Now begin the trek towards point B.
Yeah, being able to take control of this high ground for Northwood, it's going to be a big deal, but it's hard to do that until you get this cart past this first corner, which is where Northwood's going to want to take a stronghold position at, but it doesn't look like that's what they want to do. Instead, they're going to take the positioning down here toward the second corner that rounds which, I mean, to each their own. I just think that first choke is a very strong position to take, especially in a brawl. Or in your poke.
Yeah, brawl, poke. We got a lot of things going on right now. Dynamite over to there. Quick coach gun to take a more advantageous position, but the ground that ISU is gaining cannot be understated here. Look at how far they pushed through, almost just around this first bin, but we are starting to see the pain points of trying to get through that. The amplification matrix is there, but Northwood is just going to dip behind the cover, zoned out for just a moment. Whoa, this could be really scary. Maimon could come up with something very big here, or Vega will fall. Lethal comes up to support their teammate. That's just an easy pick'ems right there for them. Vega so far is separated away from the rest of the team that Cowman is going to look to try and equalize things out here, the annihilation, but guess what? The bailout card, the get out of jail free from the Skyle Transcendence, giving ISU the necessary breath of life. Up in the air though with the Gravitic Flux, but Ariel staying alive through all of this. No one stopping them, no one giving them any pause here. Northwood Blue falls.
Yeah, however, there's just, I mean, now they're finally going to get on the cart, start getting some cart distance, getting a late stagger onto Vega. It's not really going to matter. You're going to have to win one more fight to secure this point. If you're ISU and Vega still has this Transcendence to be able to use, but time and time again, I have mentioned Vega has Trans. Vega's about to build up to Trans, and Maimon gets the kill onto him. So you have to be extremely careful if you're Vega.
Decisions from Northwood Blue. Hold it back for a second here. You always got to be careful. Haven's been struggling a little bit on this Ashe, but that doesn't take away the impact that they've had before. Illinois State University realizing and recognizing this Ashe has been a thorn in their side time and time again, and Maimon with the Discord orb on them, they slow them down for just a second here, but Rocket looking towards maybe being able to gain a foothold for Northwood. But really, both of these teams are just playing a little bit disjointed, a little bit all over the place, looking for that opportunity with this pulse bomb. But it's going to be Vega deciding that the Transcendence needs to be used here to put forth, but really out of what? To stand up against the Amplification Matrix? Maybe. Thankfully, though, Rocket sticking these pulse bombs, it feels like they just never miss, and no Immortality Field, no Transcendence to bail out Illinois State University from it here. Lethal's looking towards whatever they can, but at that point, the damage had been done. ISU finally pushed away.
Yeah, that was just going to be a losing situation if you're ISU. It was, maybe try and find a quick pick or two, and maybe you can turn that fight. If not, you needed to turn tail, die, and get out of there. They have played this patiently. They're coming up on a lot of key ultimates coming this next fight. The one thing they got to be weary of is going to be where Haven places this Bob. We've seen Bob do a great job of disrupting positioning from ISU when it's used, and they start trading. In this situation where the spawns are so close for Northwood, you can't afford to trade.
Even has Bob. A couple bit of ping damage from the dynamite. Now it's time to put Bob inside of their 3 HP. You sneeze on them and they're gone, but Bob's really not going to find too much. But not going to find too much out of Bob. Lethal's going to find massive value out of that Deadeye, and then just the pure natural aim that this player has on their side. ISU is going to take point B.
Yeah, and because of the damage they got onto Haven early in that fight, Sam, you completely take him away from the fight because he can't afford to peek anymore. He just has to go and look for his supports, look for a way to heal up, and all that damage is immediately taken off the field, which allows Lethal to more easily and safely get that high noon off and get Cowman off of the field. It was just very well played by ISU, and their positioning since Coliseum and their rotations have just been so good.
Oh, they have. Even more so now that we're seeing Ariel popping out the Gravitic Flux. Cowman inside of the Annihilation, but this is not what North Blue were looking for. This is definitely not how they wanted to lose Cowman. They were pushed so far forward, thinking the Annihilation was going to be good enough, but that front-loaded damage ray is so deadly.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is just much more distance, much more agency that ISU is continuing to build, and now they force out Vega's Transcendence.
Oh, it's just going even more so every time into the favor of Illinois State University. And had the insult to injury, Ariel survives through the pulse bomb that Rocket put out. So close to death, but Ariel is still alive. The card has been stalled, and now a potential here for Northwood to try and beat back Illinois, but it's just inch by inch, Ray.
Yeah, and Lethal's going to have another high noon online. Very low, cannot use it yet. There it is.
All right, there it is. Do have the Amplification Matrix. Mortality Field is going to keep the team up, but how much more can you really ask out of Northwood at this point with how far Illinois State has pushed up? You can ask Haven to maybe be able to get Ariel out, but no. They stay alive through it all. Nothing is going to stop them here. And now Skyle signals to the team through this Transcendence. It is time to push forward. It is time to start fighting back.
My mom with the pulse bomb online. So does Rocket. The battle of the pulses. Who's going to get the cutting edge in this fight?
So my mom sneakily making their way in. Here is the pulse bomb of the century. They couldn't put down the Immortality Field, but CJ is just responded in kind by the loss of Skyle. You put Haven through a Gravitic Flux. What a Gravitic Flux! A double kill to bring Illinois State University all of the way.
And they were able to finish with time on the clock, Sam. That is a big deal because does not matter how well this attack does or doesn't go for Northwood. They get another attempt at this, even if you finish with over a minute on the clock. You finish with 2.6 seconds, you get your attempt.
It felt like Illinois State University, Ray, needed a couple of maps, right, to really start to find their footing. But here on Blizzard World, we saw it forming in Coliseum, but especially now here in Blizz World, they found it. Whatever concoction they needed is just putting them and keeping them on fire. Northwood Blue is just getting burned.
Yeah, I think, playing that Ramattra at the beginning against the Sigma, I feel like you knew coming into this map, hit scans, sight lines were going to be extremely important. I feel like you probably, if you were Northwood, should have probably stuck on the Sigma to begin with. You might have been in a better position for this incoming attack. Now all the pressure is on Northwood. They have to complete this map, Sam, or they are coming out of this matchup with the loss. And Illinois with this is just going to have so much confidence. And we talked about how they're still, this team just got put together a month or so ago. They're still working out the kinks. Imagine this team going into playoffs when they've had more time together.
Exactly. And that's the big talking point of the Redbirds, the newness of this team and how well they've been able to form together, right? The conversations you've had with them saying that, the team is working really well together. And now they're going to get a benchmark on how they're going to be performing throughout the season. Northwood being that barometer. And what a way to show off. Haven still looking at this high ground. Gone is the immortality field. And Haven not being dislodged. They're looking towards continuing to push back. And with Ariel gone, a lot of what Illinois State University had to fight against Northwood with to be taken with it. But Lethal is still alive. A quick takeaway pick here onto Vega, but point A still looking like it might be for Northwood.
Yeah, Maimon's going to go down, though. It's so close. Yeah, that's just going to be clean up for Northwood, and that's a great start. This is why I was very surprised that they stuck on the Ramattra for so long and didn't just match this Sigma. Cowman is such a talented Sigma, and this team is thriving in this situation, allowing Lethal, you have the ability to throw a shield for him and allow him to just free fire and match Lethal in this Ashe duel. So I think this is just going to be a much better situation that Northwood has put themselves in.
Give it up to Rocket too, who was going on a tear at the very end of that team fight. I mean, they're already to a pulse bomb practically. And so this is going to have to be in the back of the mind of ISU. Keep an eye on Rocket, keep an eye on this Tracer, keep that immortality field handy. That is going to have to be what bails the team out to keep them alive. Rocket is being pushed back, but where we were talking about Northwood languishing a little bit, now it feels like they know what's on the line and they need to push back as best they can. That was so close. Oh, Vega skirting at death's edge.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb going a little wide there, but once again, it feels these attacks have gone very similarly. Both teams on this defense gave up a lot of agency on this point too very quickly, but now you're forced to pop this immortality field just to keep Cowman alive.
Oh, keep Cowman alive. Speaking about keeping them alive, Illinois State University can't keep Lethal or Skyle in the game. And it feels like Northwood is just blazing a trail in record speeds, Ray.
Yeah, you're going to have the ability, but Maimon is down, and that's going to be the point cap. The bomb tried coming out, but it was booped away.
I can't believe what Northwood is accomplishing, especially out of what we saw from them on their defense. They are steamrolling the Redbirds.
Yeah, it has not been close so far on this defense. Illinois, ISU, they have to find a way to get some footing. They just need to get one team fight win under their belt and just relax. It almost feels like they've become too tense, knowing the win condition they had available to them.
Northwood Blue even just has 5 minutes to go and meet the 2.6 seconds. Haven's had enough of not being in conversation. They've decided that Lethal has had too much of the limelight here. The perfect dynamite just in the nick of time right before Lethal takes them out. But with Admiral gone, a lot of the sustainability from ISU has been taken with it. Vega needs to keep their team alive, but Cowman too far up in the air that they cannot save them with that transcendence. So this is big boons here for ISU. But again, Northwood has so much time to work with here. They can just build back up towards those ultimates.
Yeah, they just got to be smart and look to get out and fight another day. You have so much time on the clock. There's no reason to push the juxtaposition and try and, make a risky play and continue to allow ISU to build up to more ults and just further their advantage they now have on this defense. I like where they're playing right now. Cowman has a great position in allowing Lethal, allowing Haven on this high ground to do a lot in that window by so much space.
Yeah, window buys so much space. Some of it is going to be given up from Northwood. Illinois still backs against the wall, it feels like. Northwood, where the roll had been going so far, now stalled out, but just a little bit. Makes a lot of sense. Here comes in the pulse bomb. Now with the immortality field gone, Bob is going to be there, but a quick transcendence, and Bob, just like that, has been decimated. Northwood Blue going to try and go for the re-engage now.
Yeah, keep in mind, this point C can be a very hard one to finish. So, you know, it may look bleak right now, but ISU can definitely pull this back. They just don't have a lot of ults to work with the Flux coming online for Cowman.
What an insane way to use that Gravitic Flux. It brings them up into the air, does so much damage. Look at how low everyone on Illinois State University is. And again, it has been the Gravitic Flux to decide the victory for this team, but Northwood Blue strikes back in a thunderous way that is sending ripples through ISU with now 4 minutes on the clock, practically.
They said, all right, we've had enough. We're going to match you. We're going to beat you. We're going to show you that you guys are good, but you guys still have some time. You guys need to get a little bit more gelled together because we've been doing this for a long time. I mean, a lot of these players on Northwood have played together for so much time at this point. So, I mean, it's no surprise that they're able, with their backs against the walls, to come up with the goods. But as I mentioned, finishing with those 2 seconds on the clock is now just being that much more important because now ISU has that opportunity to keep themselves in this match and at least give themselves an opportunity to still win this instead of fighting for a draw.
I gotta tell you though, Ray, a minute that Illinois State has to work with on their attack, right? This is going to be Northwood Blue victory condition dependent on how far ISU can either capture the point or how far they can take that cart. But 3-3, the full distance being taken up on map number 5. Not much being changed here. We're looking at pretty similar compositions, but Admiral seeking to use the Lucio to bring Illinois State a little bit quicker back over onto the Baptiste. Makes sense.
Yeah, both teams have this ability to come up with some clutch picks when it's needed, and both attacks on this point A, the points were secured extremely fast, so that bodes well for ISU with the limited time they have on the clock.
Bring it back here, barrier gone for Cowman, forced onto the side itself, Illinois State University. We have Lethal looking to take on the engagement. Not really so much of an off angle, but the way that Northwood has corralled themselves inside of the stable. They're ready to give up just a little bit, but you found Skyle get into the face of all of your targets. 1 dynamite, 2 for Lethal. Point A given to Illinois State University. No more time on this clock.
Yeah, and this new patch that we're living in with this new passive that DPSs have, the dynamite provides so much value because it's damage over time, so it continues to damage you, so that minus 20% healing effect continues even when you're not actively shooting at them, Sam. So that dynamite Lethal was able to place down basically secured them that point.
Now we're brought into overtime. The cart is starting to make some progress. Illinois State University, that is just another factor that they need to consider at every single moment. Can't have a repeat of what happened on map number 1 of Nepal, right? The communication needs to be there. Someone needs to be sticking around. That is going to be a good stick onto Cowman. The immortality field is going to be used to make sure that they are protected and alive. The card is still going further and further along. Illinois State University taking up this space as best they can.
Yeah, once again, a lot of distance is going to be afforded this amplification matrix. However, it's going to be tough for ISU to deal with because they can't leave the cart.
No, they can't. And now you've lost Aerial Ray. No way. No way.
3 to 4. Switching sides.
I'm in shock, Sam.
Are you still
I'm still with you. I need like a defibrillator to wake me back up, Sam. Like that was ridiculous. I mean, that's twice in this series where they just don't get that touch. I think that has a lot to do with them being a new team, getting used to those calls, and okay guys, we're in the clutch time here. Who is going to keep touch on this cart? And that's just kinks you work out over time. They'll get there.
They will get there. And now for Northwood, they know where they need to get. And and that is going to be 63.72 meters. All they need to do is just grab the cart and go that merry little distance. But from what we've seen out of both of these teams, Ray, right? This is just week number 2. You said it yourself. What are these teams going to look like in playoffs? What is ISU going to look like when they've had an entire season to work out these kinks, to work out the communication errors that are going on?
Only time will tell when it comes to this, but focusing on the current times that we are living in, ISU has their win condition. They got to pretty much hold pretty strong, considering a full-time bank is on the field for Northwood. Northwood just has to get that 63.73 meters. They're going to be looking good. And based on the way their attack went, their point A and B, they captured it in like the blink of an eye. So you got to be worried for ISU.
You really do have to be. Haven was coming up massive. They were fighting back in a spectacular way of their own, but so was Rocket. 2 DPS players of Northwood Blue really putting in massive amounts of efforts. But Lethal, knowing what is at stake, knowing what is on the line, is giving ISU foothold. There's still 3 minutes that Northwood has to work with.
Yeah, and the Zen Vega is trapped over here. So they continue to just stagger him, and that a late stagger that is on the Vega. And just like that, a minute has been melted off the clock by ISU. And because of the way that fight went, they're going to be coming up on ultimates much faster than Northwood. I mean, look at this difference between Haven and Lethal, 50% to 20% on these bomb charges.
Another opportunity here for Northwood. The time bank that they have, it's afforded them a lot to work with here, but every single ticking second away just continues to close in further and further on this team. Lethal right at the edge of death's door, but is pulled back just in the nick of time. Seeing right up on the high ground, CJ unable to quite get the kill there. Ariel in dangerous moments of their own. Maimon post bomb nullified by the immortality field, but now guess what? They don't have an immortality field anymore. Admiral needs to use the amplification matrix. Pop that out there, and then a quick look up from up above, and Haven is gone. For Illinois State University, they don't have Skyle, they don't have the Discord Orb, and all of that precious extra damage is just so massive when Rocket is landing sticks like this. Lethal still does have Bob on the field, but point A is being taken, and Lethal with only 62 HP has to try and fight for every last second that they can with every ounce of their life that they have.
Yeah, they get the pick onto Rocket, but Maimon is the only last chance on this point. Is going to continue to stall out, but for how long? And it's not long enough, but that is a good amount of time to take off the clock on that attack. So you only give Northwood like 2 good shots at finishing this, but the golden box victory is just right there.
It's right there. The last stand of Illinois State University is happening here and now on point B. The Gravitic Flux is available for both of the Sigmas, but a Transcendence could save the team with these Zenyatta's having it, but Lethal finds Vega again. Time and time again, if Lethal needs to do it, they will. But guess what? Northwood Blue still has time. They can make these mistakes.
They do. I mean, really, we're coming up on 30 seconds left. With how long these fights have been taking, this is probably last fight, and both teams have 3 ults to work with. There's the Flux.
First Flux is going to come out from Cowman. They want to get rid of Ariel. Look how close it's possibly going to be happening here. Vega needs to come in, and Pulse Bomb is going to be used by Maimon. Out they go. Ariel could not find safety. They could not find the harbor to keep themselves going. And just right there, Skyle has to stall out for time, maybe to give their tank the opportunity to get back in. Haven is going to put Bob on the field. Maimon is going to go up into their face, but nothing is going to stop Northwood. Wait a minute, what? Okay, all right. That just needed a second there. It was Northwood who made it all of the way. The team names are wrong. We got full debated for a second here, Ray. But Northwood has done it. They have gone the distance on Blizzard World. Their map pick. They have gone the distance in this series. 3-2 is Illinois State University.
Yeah, unfortunate for ISU in that final fight. the Ariel on the Sigma and Skyle on the Zen, they were just too far separated, and you were not able to use that Transcendence to keep Ariel in the fight. Once Ariel went down, it was going to be a bleak situation for ISU to get back. They needed Maimon to make picks, and it just did not fall. A big Immortality field came out from CJ and was able to keep the team alive from that pulse bomb. So Northwood, man, that was an incredible series from them time and time again, and they showed why they are known for being a top 4 collegiate team, and they brought it today against ISU.
A powerhouse, absolutely. And remembering what was told to be by their manager, yeah, they're not worried. They're going to come in here. They're going to adapt to any possible meta that is being thrown at them. To prove it against a team like Illinois State University, that confidence is definitely not unfounded. But I'm still excited about the future of both of these teams, right, Ray? This is nowhere near far from over. This is only week number 2. What improvements are going to be made? What adaptations are going to be learned? Especially as we get a firmer grip on the meta of Season 9? Time will only tell.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I'm very excited to see how this season will continue to unfold in the future as these teams get more time together, more scrim time, and this is just going to be a Legends division to remember as we continue to go through the season and eventually hit playoffs. But congratulations to Northwood taking the victory over ISU 3-2, but big shout outs to ISU. Considering how new their roster is, I think that was a great showing from them.
It absolutely was a great showing. For these two teams, however, they are both done. So we are going to go to a short break to get our next match set up. That is going to be Center College Gold versus Georgia Tech Gold, stepping into the Champions Atlantic B division. Don't go anywhere. This is also going to be an exciting matchup. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 2 of Overwatch 2 in NECC. We just got done with an amazing series, but now we step foot into our final series of the evening. Center College Gold going up against Georgia Tech Gold. And once again, Ray, we are looking at both teams 1-0 right now.
Yeah, keep in mind we're taking a step down into the Champions Division. So this is one step below the Legends Division that we were just in, casting that last match. But both teams extremely talented in this division, both at 1-0 records, and both took 3-0s in their first round. So we could be in for quite the series, just like we saw in the previous match. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and bring up the rosters, starting with Center College Gold.
Absolutely. Starting us off here for our DPS, we got Who's James, Blaku. Then we go into our tank, Galvanio, onto Toonie and Carp. So, I mean, Center College Gold obviously showing off what they've been made of in week number 1. A clean 1-0, a clean 3-0 against the Nighthawks varsity team. And so now let's go ahead and take a look at Georgia Tech Gold and who is playing, starting us off on this lineup.
Yeah, once again, another talented roster highlighting all these players: All-Star Mikey, Kill Switch, Genesect, and Regamores. I mean, I've seen Georgia Tech a lot. I do a lot of CGL work, and a lot of their teams tend to compete in that league. So they definitely have a lot of talent on their team. I mean, it makes sense coming in 1-0. Let's see if they can continue to keep this up against Center College. But like we mentioned, both teams feeling pretty confident, but the equalizer is going to be this new patch that we're in.
Yeah, absolutely. The new Season 9 patch bringing in a whole host of sweeping changes, bigger bullet, projectile hitboxes, a DPS debuff that when damage applies a 20% healing debuff onto whoever it hits, and that on top of everyone getting more health, everyone getting different kinds of buffs, some reworks happening here and there. So Season 9 has proven to be a very interesting take on Overwatch 2 so far. What's even more interesting, Ray, is where we're going to be starting off on map number 1, which of course is going to be a control game mode. What better place to go to than the standard control map itself, Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a lot of brawl-type compositions, most likely. As we take a step down divisions, I do think the one thing that's going to be extremely important in those upper divisions, it's all, I mean, we talked about how because it's so early that, teams are sticking, to what they're good at, and we'll figure out where this meta develops. And as it develops in those upper tier divisions, playing what the meta is to extremely high level tends to be extremely important. As you start to take a step down, a lot of the times it's finding what you're good at and getting really good at that and being able to run it against many different situations. So this is going to be a great way to start into this new patch. Stick to your guns, know what your team is good at. If you're a dive team, figure out some sort of dive, play the Wrecking Ball composition, play a Diva composition. If you know your team is good at Brawl, play the Sig Brawl we've seen, play the Ramatra Brawl. Heck, pull out Reinhardt if you have to, but just bring your identity of what your team is into this match. I think that's going to go a long way in this series.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I mean, we've seen a lot of different forms of what can work, right? That is the beauty of Season 9. That is the beauty of everything that we have going on in this new patch. And now now that we go into our first map here relatively soon, right? Both of these teams sitting at that 1-0 here in week number 2 of NECC Overwatch 2. I'm very interested to see what that identity is going to be exactly.
Couldn't agree with you more. As we take a highlight over starting out on Gardens, I'll focus on Center College Gold first because it feels like this is what they're going to stick to, especially on a map like Gardens. This is very par for the course. You're going to get a Brawl composition with Mei Sim. They're going to go with the Ramatra edition of this composition. For Georgia Tech Gold, looks like they are going to stick on the Doomfist, so they are going to play dive, but they have settled on a Doomfist variant.
They have settled on the Doomfist variant, but the teleporter from Who's James, Symmetra, is going to bring Center College Gold onto the actual site itself first. Georgia Tech Gold going to be in a very tough position to try and uproot them from inside of there. We're already seeing some of those difficulties happening, but hey, Kill Switch is going to switch and take out Toonie. All-Star following in with Carp. Bleku is now gone, and Center College Gold along with it.
Yeah, this dive composition Georgia Tech is on is all going to be about isolating and being able to coalesce onto these isolated targets. So if you're Center College, you have to make sure you're playing together as a death ball and making sure they just can't pick you apart very easily, that they have to get through your stalwart wall that is your Amatra in order to take your team down.
Now we have Who's James switching over from the Symmetra onto the Cassidy, and we know the terror that Cassidy has been this evening, but the flip side is that also Tracer has been on a tear of their own, and so what All-Star has been going to be able to accomplish could pay off in dividends, but already we're seeing Who's James Cassidy pushing away All-Star, but they're walking away from the Immortality field. Thankfully though, Galvanijo gonna get rid of Genesect, and Who's James Cassidy proven to already be a massive victory point here. Kill switch pushed away into the amplification matrix, but a quick turnaround is gonna wipe them up. Center College Gold is gonna get this point back relatively soon. There we go.
That's going to be a nice 54% gain for Georgia Tech Gold. The one thing that's a little disappointing is the only ult they really forced out from Center College was that amplification matrix. We now see Mikey swapping over onto the Echo, which we haven't really seen that a lot on this patch, but you know, being able to, with the amount of damage and healing reductions that we get, being able to have that focus beam can be very important.
Hopefully we'll be able to find something out of Regamore's Kitsune Rush. They'll switch caught on top of the magnetic grenade. Quick pickoffs there inside of the Deadeye. So desperate to pick off Kill Switch inside of it. They do manage to get it just in the nick of time before being taken down by Regamore's. The Georgia Tech Gold is still fighting out for every single last ounce, even without their tank. Those ounces are starting to turn into gallons. Georgia College Gold still trying to tick up in as much percentage as they can. Georgia Tech Gold taking it back.
Nice flip coming out, and again, they're able to do it without having to commit a big conglomerate of ultimates. While Center College used a lot in that fight, used the High Noon and the Blizzard and their sound barrier. So re-engaging this next fight is going to be tough sledding. Yes, you have your Annihilation available, but there's so much mobility available to Georgia Tech.
What a stick! It's a trade. All-Star's gone. Who's James? In order to make that happen, we do have Kill Switch. Of course, with the Doomfist ultimate, they can go up in the air, but what a punch from them! Georgia Tech
with 87% to boot, can anybody touch in time with the slow composition that we're seeing? Bleku is going to go over to the Tracer to try and touch in time, but it feels like it's futile.
Oh, it is absolutely futile. Mikey on this Echo. Headshot onto Bleku, and then the focusing beam to laser down Toonie. You really only have left Galvanio here. It's on the point with that Annihilation, but you get the duplicate out of Mikey. Georgia Tech Gold just needs to get through this final player of Toonie, and inside of overtime, this first sight is going to be theirs.
I mean, very well played by Georgia Tech Gold. I mean, coming into this new patch, the one hero I kind of didn't expect to see a whole lot of, if I'm being honest, was Doomfist. But it's kind of like what I talked about at the beginning coming into this map, Sam. It's knowing what your team is good at and just embodying your team's identity into this series. And I feel like Georgia Tech is doing exactly that.
Oh, absolutely. But also the look that they have for themselves is just working so well here. Right? You think about Kill Switch being on the Doomfist, and then you think about what we've been seeing so far out of Season 9, but it's working so well, and it's also just the way that Georgia Tech is playing as this cohesive unit. Now we go into the second sub-map, we go into Control Tower. Georgia Tech Gold is up on that one. Beautiful Maywall separating Center College Gold from the rest of the team. Carp in desperate straits here, and then you don't even look at Galvanijo, who's flirting at death's door. The Immortality field is going to keep them alive for a second longer. Put Bleku into the face of Mikey. The wall again is going to keep them alive, and for the first time this evening, we're seeing All-Star with that Sojourn. Quick railgun shot's going to put this tank away. Georgia Tech Gold again continuing their momentum from the last sub-map.
Yeah, already Georgia Tech showing their flexibility, being able to come into a map where it basically begs you to be playing a brawl composition, and they go, look, we can pull this out too. We're gonna, play the Ram. We'll have Mikey go over to the May. I'll start playing this Soldier, and we're going to look to pick you up. Blakey, who was on the Junkrat, realizing the value that the May wall provides in a map like this, and swaps over to the May.
We do have the Symmetra, but that Blizzard, the wall from Blakey kind of kept them stuck in it, and this forced Center College Gold to go right into the waiting arms of Georgia Tech. And he had arms like Ramatra. Well, it hurts a lot.
Yeah, it completely separated everyone on Center College, allowed Georgia Tech to pick them off, and that was all she wrote. You get an exiting picked onto NECC, but it's not even going to matter. Lucio's going to be able to get back fast, but now you've been able to build up to some of these ultimates coming in this next fight if you're Center College, but Georgia Tech not going to be one to mess with. They can't allow Center College to take too much space here.
No, they can't. They're okay with giving up a little bit to go back for a lot. Jin is going to open things up again for Georgia Tech Gold. Quick boop off here. Blakey again! Oh, Jin, what are you made of, my friend? It's not even just a boop. It's just them going one after another. This is Lucio. Support? Nah.
Legitimately, Sam, that felt like a bait and switch. It was like, hey, guys, All-Star is all alone up here. TP to him, and they did that, and they're like, haha, NECC's here, and booped them all off the edge. It was just a very nice trick play coming out from Georgia Tech. Out comes the Photon Barrier, however.
Out comes the Photon Barrier, but Georgia Tech has every single ultimate to work with. Quick amplification matrix is going to go up. You're just hammering down. You're going to keep Center College on the other side of that Photon Barrier to stay alive, and then now out comes the Blizzard. Mikey may fall by the hands of Blakey, but you're going to see the annihilation. You're going to see everything pop from Georgia Tech. Because if they win out here, they just win on Lijiang Tower. But throughout all of this, Center College Gold is still alive. But their health bars are not telling the whole story. Georgia Tech is getting the kills. They're getting the momentum back in their favor. They just need to get rid of the last stragglers, the last scraps of Center College Gold. And then this map should be theirs. And there it is.
And that was just a dominating effort from the get-go from Georgia Tech. Their flexibility playing the Doomfist on Guardians, which was that more dive-oriented map, coming into Control Center and playing the Brawl and just taking it straight on to the side of Center College. I mean, they're showing that they came here to play, and they're like, hey, listen, we get that we're both 1-0, we're both talented teams, but we're gonna take you down.
And again, we talk about the flexibility of these teams and what they need to do and their identities, but let's give it up to Killswitch, right? Switching from the Doomfist, then onto the Brawl style of the Ramatra. Incredible work from them. And then you factor in All-Star as well. You go from the Tracer flanking into their backlines to picking up the Sojourn, who I personally thought, we would see a lot more of tonight, but first time that we've seen Sojourn, and All-Star was bringing it and showing us what they're made of themselves. But really phenomenal performance from Georgia Tech Golden, really giving us a taste of what they are in Lijiang Tower.
Good. I mean, it's all on display. Georgia Tech Gold looking fantastic. Center College is gonna have to make some sort of adjustments. They will get map pick going into the next map, so that's definitely going to help them. I mean, the question is, what do you look to do? You win against them on dive, playing that Brawl, it just didn't work out. Then you got a map where they matched you in Brawl, and that didn't work out either. So this drawing board, where do you go to? Do you look to play more of a poke with like a Sigma-based composition? And we saw that work out pretty well from teams in the last series. Maybe you match them on dive. Maybe you feel like you could take it to them on dive. I just feel like you got to shake the tree a little bit coming into map number 2, because that map was unfortunately not as close as you would have liked it to be.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. It felt like we were seeing some of what Center Gold was on the first sub map of Lijiang Tower, but when we transitioned into Control Tower and in that Brawl style from Georgia Tech, it was just completely different tune. Still, though, for Center College, we did see moments of brilliance, but also a lot of slight missteps, right? The team getting separated in different instances, not being able to press the attack on when they need to. And then you think about when Georgia Tech was able to bank up all of the ultimates, they just pop every single one of them and take away anything that Center College had to work with here. And so, yeah, like what we've been saying, we go into our next game mode of Escort, and what we're going to be looking at here, what they have available to them and what they could try to take against Georgia Tech. It's an unenviable position to try and figure out. But again, we talk about that identity, Ray. What is your identity on Escort? Go for it and try your best and put that forth out there.
I mean, coming into Escort, you think generally speaking on most Escort maps outside of maybe Shambali that we're going to see some semblance of a dive. But I mean, we only saw Ramatra come out from the side of Center College. So if that's where they feel like they want to live and die by, that's where they feel the strength of their team is, then you probably take us to Shambali because that's going to be the best map to be able to play those types of compositions. But like we said, if you want to try something new, shake the tree up a bit. I think Dorado is always going to be a very good pick. Maybe you go to Gibraltar, maps that might force you to play a different style, play a little more divey.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like with the amount of time that we're taking to get into that next map raid, that they are really deliberating hard about what they want to choose here and about what, you don't want to make any missteps. You've dropped the first map. You still have, at the very least, 2 more to go. You definitely want to put yourself in that best position possible to take this second map. And again, with what we saw out of Center College Gold, they are fairly comfortable on this brawl style. We saw them being able to gain a lot of success out of it. And so why not? Let's see if we can potentially keep that going. Maybe just Lijiang Tower, maybe Control Center just wasn't what they were feeling, and a different map that could give them that boon. And when you're talking about Escort, where you could possibly go, and also obviously we're getting a bird's eye view on what they've been banning so far, right? We've seen Circuit Royale gone, we've seen Para-ISO gone, so no more of these poke style maps, no more of these long sight lines. Where are we thinking left for what we have on Escort?
To me, it's. I mean, obviously, there's still Shambali. We know that Center College is going to be able to pick. I think about that. If you still want to keep this more of a brawl, more of a close quarters map, I think Rialto is always going to be a fair shout. It allows you to play a lot of different kinds of styles on that kind of map. I kind of mentioned it in the last series. I don't expect to see Junkertown just yet with the new rework. I just think teams probably want a little bit more time to figure out exactly where and how they want to play that the end of first point. But I've been surprised before. Who knows? Maybe they're just like, screw it. Let's go to Junkertown.
Well, hey, you know what, Ray? We're not going to Junkertown, but you did mention Rialto, and that is exactly what map number 2 is going to be taking us. That's where Center College Gold wants to take the fight to Georgia Tech Gold. And like what we've been talking about with how Center College has been playing, right? This is a team that I think still has a lot to show and to prove to us about what they've been, they obviously took week 1 in a very convincing fashion in this Champions Division, and that's no easy feat. And with the pedigree that Georgia Tech Gold brings for themselves, right? You've said you've seen them a lot in CGL. Obviously, this is a team that has ideations of what needs to be done in order to win. I still think we have a lot to squeeze out of Center College.
I couldn't agree more. And moving up in division is always going to be tough for a college like Center College. So, the fact that they're 1-0 stepping into a bigger division is a big deal. Sometimes, you're going to run into one of the big dogs in this division and, maybe you might not have the best showing, but I believe just give this team a little bit of time. Even as this series continues to go on, they're going to find their own and they're going to find a way to continue to be the Center College that we know and love.
Well, regardless, we are about to step into the game very soon here. Georgia Tech Gold giving us a very convincing showing of how they work as a team, a lot of flexibility coming out of this team as well in this new era of Overwatch with the Season 9 patch, right? A lot of different things going on and a lot of different styles that we've had so far. But Rialto, the choice of Center College Gold. Again, right, we saw from them a massive brawl style that we had on both of the sub maps of Lijiang Tower. They felt very comfortable on that. I'm more curious to see how the DPS lineup is going to be going on top of that, and what kind of adaptations that Central College Gold is going to make, right? We saw Cassidy at one point, we saw May, Junkrat, and so when the heroes get unveiled, the look of Central College Gold here on Rialto is going to tell us a lot about how they're feeling.
As we load up into Rialto and you see the nice sunset views of the Riviera, going to take a look at what Georgia Tech Gold is electing to play on this defense, and it's not a surprise. Diva tends to be the main tank we like to play and pick on this map. You know, being able to control the intermediate high ground to a T with those jet boosters, and especially coming in this new patch with that new passive that DPS had to decrease the healing received by 20% for 2 seconds if you're hitting your shots. Diva having that defense matrix to limit the amount of damage and shots these DPS could do are very important. And I think these supports that Georgia Tech Gold leave a lot to be desired. I mean, Ana being able to look for big, especially going up against more of a Sigma poke style composition. And then the Zen, man. A lot of people are talking about Zen coming in this patch. Those Discord orbs are so deadly, but with the increased projectile size, Zen is just a monster right now.
Zen went from shooting little orbs to basically basketballs. So you definitely, I've definitely been struggling against Zenyatta's in my own COP games. But now we see the two teams meet. Who's James on the Tracer this go around, looking to create that disruption in the backline of Georgia Tech? And hey, look, they're back again. They're back to take the fight. Blaiku with the Ashe. It's still something where you really are looking to be able to gain a lot of value off of those headshots. Who's James, a quick recall towards the safety, but up in the air. Killswitch is going to get rid of Blaiku in an attempt to find James, but the Diva pick from Killswitch is just controlling the map so expertly.
Yeah, getting on top of these hit scans is going to be the main job of Killswitch, not allowing Blaiku to have the space to free fire. As the stick comes in, it's already going to find Carpet. Already, All-Star is looking like an All-Star.
That they are. Center College Gold is having some difficulties in getting out of the spawn room. Georgia Tech Cart has gained a little bit of distance, but nowhere near enough to get around the troublesome, bothersome corner of Rialto.
And Genesec just being able to play so far back, and with the composition that Center College is playing, it's going to be extremely tough for them to apply pressure onto this Ana at all, as Galvanillo is already down.
Killswitch is, it's like a puppet master. Whatever they decide, however they want to decide to do it, it is going to be happening on how they dictate it.
I'm sorry, but I love to make dad jokes, so would you say Killswitch is a kill switch? Because he is coming through with the kills time and time again. He's just flipping that switch on and off, and it's just flowing so beautifully on this map so far.
Oh boy. All right, Galvanillo. I'm going to completely ignore that, by the way. Going to try their best to match up against the Diva, but when you have All-Star wrecking Carp again, these pulse bombs are so massive. Toon, the immortality field is all for naught when you have Killswitch booping you out of it. And Georgia Tech Gold, every single ultimate but the All-Star pulse bomb to work with.
Yeah, we see Center College now trying to have Galvanillo go over to the Diva to try and help out. It's going to be tough because, I mean, it's just going to take a lot of this DM to deal with All-Star and Mikey, so it really relies on Blaiku, and James to find and get these shots and kills while Galvanillo is trying to distract everyone.
All right, we're going to see what the rally from Carp can bring to Central College, but what it's not going to bring is Galvanillo staying inside of their mech. And without that mech, you're going to see a lot of struggling going on here. Mikey's going to start slicing and dicing up the competition, but a silver lining for Central College, they did manage to get a couple of picks.
Yeah, it's basically going to make it to where Georgia Tech, you get the pick on a Blake U, and that might change things, where now they can afford to play a little bit up close because the players are going to be coming back. And now Georgia Tech Gold has made a swap. They have Kill Switch going over to the Zarya, and this is where things can get tough for Galvin Neo. You have to make sure you do your best to avoid Skill Switch at all costs, because that primary fire is just going to eat your Diva Mech alive.
They're gonna see Tooney using the amplification matrix to maybe try and get around that corridor, but Georgia Tech is gonna dip onto the corner. Another pulse bomb from there. A really good immortality field to answer in kind from Tooney. As All-Star continues to see them being brought into overtime, Megamorphs is not worried. Try to do anything to them, a Transcendence is going to keep them alive as they reorient themselves to better high ground. They go up to the high ground, sees who's James, and deletes them off of the map. Georgia Tech Gold not giving up anything to Center College Gold.
Yeah, less than 51 meters for Center College, man. That was just a showcase from Georgia Tech Gold. And I mean, it's tough. As I talked about, Center College has moved up a division, and Georgia Tech, like I mentioned before, is just one of the mainstays in this Champions division. So this was going to be an uphill battle. But I mean, I liked some things I saw out of Center College. They were able to assimilate some of those dives, find some picks. It was just unfortunate when they realizing the situations you're in, you go, okay, we got a couple of picks right here. You just can't allow to sit here and let Blake U dance and get killed like that. You need to back up and reassess and look to push as a 5 and not get staggered like that.
Yeah, and that's not to say, though, that Center College doesn't have ideas of what they need to do in order to succeed in their head, right? We saw different hero picks. We saw adjustments to try and stand up to Georgia Tech, but it's just Georgia Tech is oozing this confidence right now, Ray. This knowledge that they are really good at what they do. And Center College just needs that time to form themselves. Again, right, we're in week number 2. There's still so much time for these teams to be able to improve and to work on themselves and to get better at this great game of Overwatch 2. And especially with Season 9 throwing just that extra wrench in the gears and the cogs. It seems difficult.
Yeah, as we see Georgia Tech Gold loading up with the Roadhog. Center College, however, they're going to look to play an Orisa, more brawl-centric composition with the Reaper and the Mace. They got to be careful. I was looking for a cheeky little Javelin. Unfortunately, they do not find it.
Yeah, they're looking to get Regamor's Kill Switch, giving us the new and improved Roadhog. Oh, what is that? You never expect the sneaky Roadhog. Shield is going to go up from Carp, but now we rotate back over. The golden box of victory already within sight. Trap is going to go down. Quick hook, but nothing found on the other end of it. Regardless, Georgia Tech is still in control of the high ground. Thankfully, Center College has the balcony to protect themselves, but now they have to deal with the flanking kill switch. Very difficult to get this Roadhog off, and again, we're seeing them being collapsed on all sides. Center College Gold is going to have to keep recognition across all of the different angles, but Carp is gone. Who's James is gone. Georgia Tech Gold having so much of the time on their side. Galvanio is going to try and keep the dream going here for Center College, but the dream is starting to turn into a nightmare. Ray, to get rid of Tooney. Really nothing left here for Carp. Not even able to touch the cart. Georgia Tech is going to take map number 2 of Rialto and bring themselves on to series point.
Yes, Kill Switch was essentially being basically like a Trojan horse, Sam. Is like, hey, look at me, while my Sojourn and my Widow are able to take angles and kill you all. It doesn't matter if I get the kills or not because I've distracted you and you're getting your heads popped by my 2 hit scans. So it's just, you know, a creative way to play that Roadhog composition where it's just basically playing a decoy and getting the team to worry about them instead of the hit scan.
It's a little strategies like that. And it was like I was saying, right? You're getting surrounded on all sides. You're being attacked by the opposition. You got to keep an eye on the Roadhog because the Roadhog can cause chaos. But then you got a Widowmaker. Then you have the Sojourn. Both high-value DPS players that can pump out an immense amount of damage. Even on an Orisa, so to speak. But Georgia Tech Gold really showing up in force here in week number 2. NECC. I gotta tell you, Ray, Center College, they got their backs against the wall. Whatever map they're gonna choose, it's gonna had to be one that suits them best.
Yeah, good thing for them. They're going to have just a few minutes to recollect themselves, strategize, and figure out what they want to do to try and get this reverse sweep started. We'll find out how that goes right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone. It's good to have you here with us once again for week 2 of Overwatch 2 here at NECC, where we've been going into map number 3 of our series between Center College Gold versus Georgia Tech Gold. Georgia Tech leading right now 2-0, and we may now finally be looking at our final map of Suravasa. Center College Gold needing to start the reverse sweep now, Ray. They want to stay and, not find their first defeat this week.
Couldn't agree with you more. Center College has had some glimpses, but they're going to have to string together some more of those shining moments in order to blind Georgia Tech and try and take a map off of them. It's going to be tough sledding, but if anyone can do it and, find their way into it, it is going to be Center College. My question is, what are these teams going to look to play? We saw in the previous matchup, we saw a lot of Ram and Sig on these Suravasa type maps. So that's gonna be the big question. I would love this. Maybe they did a little handshake agreement to go Maga v Maga.
Maga? What have we been missing here? Okay. Give me a second. All right, I'm not gonna get my hopes up until we are actually fighting it out on point. Georgia Tech said no Malga. But Center College Gold is still gonna give us a Malga masterclass. I am sure of it. But doors have opened. Georgia Tech Gold in the lead.
Yeah, Georgia Tech is going to be playing with immense speed and looking to find kills very quickly. It's going to be tough with the amount of chunkiness that Galvanillo is going to have on this Malga.
Oh, I'm loving this, though. Right, they get right into the face of Georgia Tech, but the rotation is so clean from this team to get out of their face, and there's really no cooldowns left for Galvanillo. And again, we got to remember that new DPS debuff that you can put onto this Malga, that 20% HP, or healing nerf rather. Galvanillo is just getting hammered, nowhere to go except for the waiting arms of Georgia Tech. Center College Gold may have the point, they may be ticking up, but Georgia Tech Gold had all the patience in the world. Now they're going to have a point to go along with it.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing with playing Moira Lucio with a Malga, Sam, is, Malga has a huge health pool, and Moira has limited heals. So it's only going to be a matter of time before Georgia Tech is going to be able to wear you down. So you got to look to take these fights and win them very quickly because of the limited heals you have available for Center College. We now see Blacku heading over to, Blacku heading over to the May.
And James is gone. All-Star giving us a Sojourn handbook. Long-range railgun, still dangerous as ever. Center College Gold, he's struggling to even get to the point right now, Ray, with their entire team intact.
So many angles that Georgia Tech is able to take. They're going to have the Coalescence and the Sound Barrier to be able to push into this next fight, but Georgia Tech has just been stockpiling these ults.
They absolutely have been stockpiling, and Center College Gold, seeing the need to pump the Sound Barrier, actually does bring them on to the point. Georgia Tech uses the first of their ultimate banks, actually 2 of them, with the Railgun, with the Overclock, and the Kitsune Rush, but neither side has been able to find the necessary pick just yet, and it seems like the switch over from Center College over onto the Malga is giving them so much more to work with, but all eyes are on the Mikey Dragon Blade. They are drawn it, they are ready to start killing. It doesn't really seem like it matters all of that much. Last second effort from Blacku to get onto the point to make sure they get as much as they can out of it. And Blacku is going to return back around and put forth the effort onto All-Star. But in comes the Rampage, in comes the permanent damage, and out goes Center College Gold.
Yeah, they're going to end up getting this point win for Georgia Tech. But if you're Center College, one good thing you can take away is you force them to use every single ultimate in that fight. So you get to come into this next point, which looks like it's going to be Palace. They will be able to set up on the point first, but you're going to have the big opening ult with James being able to throw in this Death Blossom.
James just needs to make sure that they can actually be able to use it and find the right moment to make that happen. Georgia Tech Gold, though, doesn't have anything to nullify the effects of this. So, again, James, big pressure on them to mount and to stand against Georgia Tech Gold. If they can get the first point here, and a lot of damage is already being done, but All-Star may not even give them the opportunity to be able to use that ultimate. James has basically no health. If they were to try and do it here, it would have ended in their death and a wasted ultimate. So good recognition to hold on to it, but also good stuff from All-Star to get those picks.
Yeah, I found 4 picks in that fight. Absolutely showing out so far on the Saravasa map. The one thing is, yes, you did hold on to that Death Blossom, but because, unfortunately, the way that fight went, Georgia Tech is now going to be able to match you. Genesect has the sound barrier online to be able to nullify the effectiveness of this Death Blossom. But Carp will get this Moira ultimate online, the Coalescence.
Wait for it, overclock, right up in the air. Tooney is just gonna give it right to them. They're gonna look towards making up the next support right for another moment. Kill switch, unfortunately, not caught inside of the sound barrier, is gonna fall to the James Death Blossom. But all over the place, we're still fighting it out. Mikey looking to equalize things once more. Georgia Tech Gold loses Jin, and along with it, all of the mobility to follow. Center College Gold finally getting the foothold they've been so desperately trying to gain.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Center College, Georgia Tech essentially gets that to 1-fight territory. However, you are coming up on 3 very crucial ultimates. The one thing they have to worry about, though, is Mikey can get aggressive here, get this blade out before the sound barrier is online for Tooney.
Oh, and you can already tell that they're looking towards making that blade happen right here and now. Combo with the Rampage, they do get pushed away, but Mikey's not being pushed away. Mikey's not being stopped. Everyone getting chopped down into the ground. And even if they didn't get the elimination, they did enough damage. The rest of Georgia Tech just sweep on through.
And Mikey knew what the situation was. Pop this blade and make sure Tooney is the first one we go after, because he has the one ultimate that can basically turn my blade into like a pool noodle. So I got him down, and that was just very well played. And that's going to be point. Oh, they do get someone to touch just in time.
Just in time, but how much more can you ask out of Center College Gold? Well, you can definitely ask for that. All the big props to Tooney for being able to make themselves there, but now All-Star has popped the overclock. They're gonna go right into the Blizzard too. They are hungry. They want these kills, but not only that, Ray, they are getting these kills. It looked like Center College Gold was gonna be able to do it, but All-Star said no.
They said, look, my name is All-Star for a reason, and I am going to be the All-Star for my team. One more point for Georgia Tech Gold to be able to win this series in a convincing 3-0 fashion, as they are now going to be able to rotate over to Gardens, which, again, is just going to be a great position for them to be able to take quickly, especially with down there Lucio Center Colleges.
All right, now who's James? Oh my gosh, the deflect railgun shot right back into their face. Down to 80 HP, but back up to full now, standing toe-to-toe against All-Star on this Sojourn, which has been a menace time and time again. Is the Kitsune Rush from Rego Morris, and to add the cherry on top, a sound barrier from Jin. Center College is going to have to try and fight their way through this. Tooney still has a sound barrier of their own to save the team, but Galvanio is gone. Look at the kill feed, though. Who's James is going to stand tall against All-Star. This may be just what they need, but what they need and what they're going to get out of this are 2 totally, completely different things, especially when you don't have your tank here, and when Mikey has the Dragon Blade again. It felt like they just drew it once before, and they are going to try and make it happen again, but the Who's James switch over onto the Sojourn is coming up in massive ways for this, but it's still back and forth, Ray, with Center College Gold having control at this point and taking forward more and more.
Yeah, the Sojourn swap feels very good for Center College, but it's just not enough. I mean, you do get a lot of percentage on this clock, so that is a huge step forward for Center College, but in the end, Georgia Tech is able to flip it. The good thing is, you forced out a lot of the ultimates from Georgia Tech, so you got to come back, re-engage. This Blizzard from Bleaker could go big. I mean, you could just open things up with this overclock that Who's James is going to have available. They have a lot of different ways to go about taking this next fight.
The only thing that scares me is that All-Star has one of their own, and Who's James, an overclock that has run out of time. Mikey descends onto them. Now Sojournless, a little fangless. Center College Gold has to wait for them to come back to re-engage.
That they do. I mean, that's another ultimate you're going to be able to get online is going to be this Rampage. And NECC does not have the sound barrier up online. So this is a great window of opportunity Center College has.
Okay, we got the Coalescence from Carp, the Rampage right back in their face. And now does it end here? And now, no it doesn't. Who's James up in the air, catches their target just at the right moment. Center College Gold, bleeding, hemorrhaging, but they are not done yet. They have the point under their control, and on top of that, they've gotten rid of Kill Switch.
And with that late stagger, this point might just be theirs. And even if Georgia Tech is able to come back in time, both the DPS ultimates still available to Center College. It is looking all up for them as they look to flip this back around.
All right, now brought into overtime. Mikey, the wall, not allowing them to get away or even to be able to use that blade. And who's James? This overclock, an absolute necessity to make sure that they get this in tandem with that blizzard. May have just made it possible and will give Center College Gold their first flashpoint of Suravasa.
That's a great first step in this series for Center College, but they have quite a mighty mountain to climb. I'd call this like the Mount Fiji, the Mount Everest of the world, Sam, because not only do they have to continue to reverse sweep on Saravasa, they have to reverse sweep this entire series. Kill Switch, we now look like we're back on Lijiang Gardens once again. We are now back into that dive composition with the Doom Fist. So characters to, I mean, Who's James has to be extremely careful, has to make sure to save that slide for when the dive comes in on him.
And you know, it's so important right now to be able to use that sound barrier. Here comes the blade from Mikey. And you're talking about pool noodles? Well, guess what? That's what Mikey is slapping them with right now. Jin is going to skirt across over into the backlines to regroup with Kill Switch. But Kill Switch is just under so much pressure from Who's James. These railgun shots are so clean, but the cleanness is coming right back around from Georgia Tech. The picks for picks are coming back around, but it's still Galvanillo who's alive. Without their supports, though, there is no sustainability whatsoever. Georgia Tech Gold, they don't need no stinking tank. But what they do need is this flashpoint.
I mean, that's going to be the key with this Tracer and Genji being able to take different angles and continue to apply that 20% debuff to the healing. It's going to make Center College's basically, they have to find these picks very quickly, or all these angles and all this damage they're constantly going to be able to take. It's not going to work with the limited heals that Moira is going to be able to provide.
Now you're going to have to try back away real quick. It looks like the stick went out there, but nothing of value is going to be found out on the other side of it. Galvanillo catching Kill Switch and forcing them to use the Meteor Strike to find safety, landing right on top of them. The Meteor has landed. The Meteor has blown everything up. Georgia Tech Gold, one more team fight.
Yeah, one final chance to try and keep their hopes alive in the series. Sam, we're looking at both a Rampage and a Blizzard. I feel like with this looming sound barrier from NECC, you're going to have to use one ult to draw out the sound barrier and counter with the second ult.
All the way up in the air, Galvanillo has given us that Rampage. Georgia Tech Gold hemorrhaging in the blood, and now Blakeu is going to freeze out the competition, but there is nothing that is going to be frozen. All-Star going to try and rock their way into there. A lot of damage being dealt, but Center College Gold still has the numbers in their advantage and is just continuing to go forward more and more. Center College Gold, give themselves that lifeline they need.
They're able to exhale, take a deep breath, but they can't afford to do that for much longer, as Georgia Tech is going to be coming back fiercely into this next fight with the Pulse Bomb in the back pocket for All-Star. However, Who's James, who we talked about swapping over to this Sojourn, has been such a nice uplift to the side of Center College, is going to have to come through with an insane overclock to keep this map alive for Center College.
Need to find out where every single angle is absolutely going to be. All-Star has failed in their mission against Carp, and now we have the sound barrier being used. A little neat boop, but they can always come right back up here. The magic of Kiriko, am I right? Toonie is going to sacrifice their lives, and now Who's James seeing an opportunity for the overclock. Jin is gone. No more Lucio's on the field. Kill Switch has no HP. Needs to try and rely on their supports to bring them back up, but too much health missing. Too much to try and survive through. Center College Gold is doing it now on Suravasa. 2-2, one more flashpoint.
Let's go, baby. Reverse sweep is alive for Center College. It's all going to come down to this next map. This next sub map or sub point. Center College just has breathing new life with Who's James swapping over to this Sojourn, and they're just playing so much better as a team.
A little bump in the road here, though. Who's James got caught out by Kill Switch, and there's still so much more damage that's going to be following up here from Georgia Tech Gold. This might be dangerous here for Toonie. They get out, but Carp is not able to follow along. Trying to regroup with the team. Center College Gold had that momentum. They had the opportunity to get there first. But losing Who's James first, that was just too much for them to recover from.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate because you didn't even have to use any ultimates for Georgia Tech Gold, so that's just a very unfortunate fight to lose there for Center College. They're going to have the ability to throw in this Rampage, but there's just so much online for Georgia Tech. There's the Kitsune Rush.
There's the Meteor Strike. Carp's going to get out of there. Galvanillo's in a desperation move is what it feels like here. Rampages, there was no help at all for them to do anything with. Georgia Tech Gold, 50% of the way done.
And they have the tools coming up on what is going to be final fight, Sam. They have the sound barrier to stop this incoming Blakey Blizzard, and Mikey has the ability to throw in this blade with no looming sound barrier online for Toonie.
Oh, they've recognized Georgia Tech that Who's James has been the pain point over and over. James just gonna go ahead, use the sound barrier, really no other reason not to. And Mikey, just as a safety net, has the Dragon Blade, doesn't even need to worry about it. Georgia Tech Gold, the last possible moment here on Flashpoint, takes the series 3-0 and continues their undefeated streak.
Hey, I just want to give shout outs to Center College. I mean, after how those first two maps went, you could have thought that, some teams would have just reined it in and would have been like, look, this is pretty much over. Georgia Tech is taking this. But this map was so good, so close, almost completed the reverse sweep. So I just got to give huge shout outs to Center College for continuing to fight.
Hey, week 2, right? What is playoffs going to look like from Center College Gold? What is it going to look like when they've had more time to mess around in Season 9 and start to learn what they are best at and what the meta is going to be looking like? There's still so much room for improvement, and I think that's what Center College Gold has to look forward to, right? And a lot of lessons to be taken from a team as storied and as historied as Georgia Tech Gold. One that has all of this experience that they can lend to Center College Gold. And this is just, once again, so much room for growth from both of these teams, and so much room to continue that improvement as the season progresses.
Yeah, I think specifically for Center College, this is going to be a really good experience for them to look back at this match and against a really talented team and look at what they could do to be better coming into this new division with better competition and better teams. So, give this team some time and they're going to be back strong as ever.
Absolutely. But for Georgia Tech Gold, they are the ones who took the W here tonight against Center College Gold. And as I said, it continues their undefeated streak. 2-0, have not dropped a single map so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've just looked extremely impressive, extremely flexible. They can run so many different kinds of compositions. They are going to be well suited going forward into the season as the meta continues to develop and we figure out what's good and what's not good. So they have the tools well equipped for a long season. Heading into playoffs, they have a good chance at making some noise in playoffs and possibly winning the Champions Division.
Well, regardless, that is going to be it from us here tonight at NECC. Thank you all so much for watching. We had 3 amazing games. Of course, I want to give a big shout out to Bull Skunk and Chef Billy for starting things off with Purdue Black versus Indiana Tech Premier. And a big shout out to our production staff behind the scenes, Hippie, of course, as well as Carol, who did a fantastic job on the observing end of things. And of course, Ray, I mean, hey, what a night of Overwatch, am I right?
Yeah, that was a fantastic night. All these games were just incredible. What more could we have asked for to open up the broadcast season for NECC? But as we mentioned with that, we're going to pretty much close things out. Thanks everyone in chat. It was a very lively chat from what I could tell when I was looking at it during the break. So thank you all for tuning in. And with that, we bid you adieu. See you next week.